Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Chamber today for the Council meeting of Wednesday, November 27th. Before I read the land acknowledgement, a couple of housekeeping items. Not cleaning, because apparently I say that too often. But housekeeping items we'd like to clear is that when people come during open forum or during the deputations or presentations today, please take time and adjust the mic so you're talking clearly into it so that people at home can hear you clearly, as this is being live streamed and it's also put on YouTube after for viewership. The Township of Oro-Medonte acknowledges that we are situated on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe people and ancestral territory of the Huron-Wendat. The Anishinaabe include the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. It continues today as the home for diverse Indigenous people, including the historic Métis community in Penetanguishene. The Anishinaabe people continue to have an enduring relationship with this land, specifically the Chippewas of Rama First Nation, the Chippewa Tri-Council, and the Williams Treaties First Nations. The Huron-Wendat Nation also continues to pay respect and protect their ancestors and heritage on this land. We honor the Indigenous history and culture that has thrived for millennia in this territory and the treaties that bind us together as partners in spirit of a shared, sustainable, and prosperous future. We are all treaty people. Our commitment begins with acknowledging the truth so that we can move forward together towards reconciliation. Miigwech. Madam Clerk, may we have a motion to adopt the agenda, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that the agenda for the council meeting of Wednesday, November 27th, 2024 be received and adopted as amended to amend item 18G, bylaw 2024-127, a bylaw to authorize the sale of surplus land described as Part Lot 22, Con 12, Oro, Part Lot 23, Con 12, Oro, as in RO 420146, except Parts 2 and 3, 51R 25791, ST reservation of mines and minerals in RO 420146, Oro-Medonte, PIN 585620035, 375, line 11 south, decommissioned fire hall, Hawkstone, and repeal bylaw 2024-062 as follows. Item 1, authorization of sale and sale price consideration. Replace Simbra 2012 Inc. with Nicola Villani.
Thank you. No, I don't. You don't need to read it again. I heard it, and the deputy is a little confused, but it's okay. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. May we have a motion to go past 4 hours if necessary, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that Rule 14.20A, as per the procedural bylaw number 2023-043, be suspended in order to allow the meeting to proceed past the 4-hour adjournment requirement if necessary.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All in favor? That is carried. And can we, does anyone have any pecuniary interest to disclose at this time? Seeing none, if it does come up during the meeting, please just let me know at that time and we'll make the adjustment. Closed session has been moved to item 19 in the agenda, so it'll be at the conclusion of the meeting. May we have a draft motion for the draft minutes, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the draft minutes of the council meeting held on Wednesday, November 13th, 2024 be received and adopted as printed and circulated.
Are there any amendments to the minutes by anyone? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 6, recognitions of achievements. We have none. 7, public hearings. We have none. So this brings us to item 8, which is deputations and presentations. I'd like to welcome everyone to the council who had an opportunity. all presenters today. This is regarding our 2025-2026 budget. All members of council have reviewed all the materials, so my suggestion would be to focus on the key points that you feel are most relevant, and the importance of the funds that you're requesting council to support you with. So when you come to the mic, just take some time to adjust it so you're speaking into the end of it. And we will start off with Orillia Lake Country Physician recruitment, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Marino Fernandopoulos. I am the volunteer chair of the Orillia and Lake Country Physician Recruitment and Retention Committee, and I'm here to request support for our recruitment efforts that directly impact residents of Oro-Medonte and the surrounding areas. Specifically, we are requesting $1 per resident. I mentioned that is because it's in line with our requests to the other municipalities that we support of $2 per resident, to acknowledge the fact that this committee or this council does support both our efforts and Barry's physician recruitment efforts. This does represent an increase to our previous requests for funding to acknowledge the crisis situation that we're in when it comes to family medicine in this country, specifically in our area, due to the shortage of family doctors. It's exacerbated in our community, our smaller communities, due to a huge cohort of physicians that are at or near retirement age within the next 3 to 5 years, as well as the population increases that we are experiencing and the population growth that we are experiencing in our areas. We'll just go to the next slide, and went through that. Next slide. It's kind of a little. So in terms of our background, just very quickly, I won't reiterate, our mandate is the proactive to be proactive in the recruitment and retention of family doctors to our community, while also supporting Orillia Soldiers Memorial in their efforts to recruit specialty physicians. Basically, we don't have, our committee was formed in 2001 due to the fact that even though we are a smaller community, we don't have the funding or should I say the incentives to attract family doctors to this committee. So our efforts are on a grassroots level to promote our unique four-season community, our unique working environment, to attract physicians from all over the country to practice in our area to meet our demands for care. Next slide. In terms of activities, so I should mention we are a volunteer committee of 15 members as well as 1 paid staff person. Our efforts really are summarized on this slide. In 2024 alone, we were able to recruit 6 family doctors, 4 of which have already started in 2024 and 2 on tap for 2025, as well as 9 specialists. As I mentioned, our mandate is family medicine recruitment. However, we do support specialists because it goes hand in hand. A strong specialty community is a recruitment tool for family doctors, so that those family doctors have a community of specialists to refer to care for their patients. These efforts have been through the efforts to do things differently. Because of the crisis situation that we are in, we've had to revisit and relook at how we are getting out to recruit family doctors, because we no longer can rely on replacing a physician here or there as they retire. We have a huge cohort that we need to replace and actually enhance to increase the capacity to meet the demand that currently exists. In terms of the current landscape, I am going to pass it along to our staff person, Melanie DeLeon, who will go through the current landscape as well as a brief summary of what we have been doing to address our situation here.
Next slide, please. Perfect. So just a quick snippet of what we currently have. So we have 42 family physicians practicing within the community. We are aware of one upcoming practice closure with about 1,200 patients affected in the spring. As Marino mentioned, we have about 21% up to retire in the coming years. And our current unattachment rate for our region is estimated to be about 20 to 25%. So our projected need is about 15 to 17 doctors. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So as we know, there's many industry challenges. One is the shortage across our nation. We are no different than any other community out there right now. This is a little bit more of a personal side, but I do live in Oro. My family also lives here in Oro as well. My father, living in Moonstone, would appreciate any family doctor, whether it be in Midland, Barrie, or in Orillia. So the importance of bringing physicians to our area, regardless of where they land, is super important for many residents across our area. We want to focus more on collaboration and not competition. Access to care is increasingly challenging, and we don't want to compete with our neighbors. We're looking to see how else we can combine our efforts so that we can move the needle on a larger scale and stretch our dollars that much further. By cost splitting with our neighbors and recruitment programs, we want to achieve far greater impact. We recently attended a national event, Family Medicine Forum, in which we partnered with Barrie as well as Midland to recruit. Next slide, please. So data tracking has been really important for us as well. So by being able to be in front of some of these potential recruits, we're able to track where are they coming from, where are they studying school, what are their practice preferences, so that we get the information right then and there in front of that candidate. Maybe they're not interested in family medicine, maybe they're interested in a role within the hospital, maybe they're looking at doing a little bit of both. So by being in front of these candidates, we're able to gather that information. Next slide, please. Building our pipeline talent is crucial. As Marino mentioned, we have a number of physicians coming up for retirement, and we need to get a pulse on who is coming out to graduate in the coming years. And a lot of those relationships start in medical school, first, second, third, fourth, and into residency. One of the big things that was different that we did in the past year is reaching out to international talent. So many of our Canadians are abroad studying medicine, simply for the fact that we do not have enough medical seats here in Canada or Ontario. We had an opportunity to meet with Canadians studying in Ireland last October as well as this October. The first event we met with over 250. This most recent event we met with 150 medical students. And then we went over to England to meet with about 100 GPs in practice that had an interest in relocating to Canada, which was very exciting as they're just beginning their license journey to come to Canada, and we're there to say, we want you, and this is about our community. From that event, we actually have 2 GPs coming in at the end of December to tour our community. Next slide, please. So in regards to interest in family medicine, of course, that pipeline starts whenever they're in first and second year. We have had some opportunities to host first and second year students within our community. While they're here, we try to see what is their exposure to family medicine, what is their interest. So we surveyed some students that came through this past summer for Rural Ontario Medicine Week, and it was to gain exposure into smaller communities. Before they came here, there was about 50% interested in family medicine. Next slide, please. Following their time with our community and with our doctors, we saw that change. They thought, oh wow, family medicine, this could be interesting. This is how we practice in a different community. They realize that there's different ways that they can practice and more of a scope of practice that they want to. So now we have an ability to have more of that interest with our students. Next slide, please. Next one as well, please. Perfect. So I briefly touched on international recruitment, which is definitely our pipeline for recruits and coming recruits as well. Ability to be in front of these students, we are able to identify what they're looking for and where they want to go. The majority of the students over there are actually from Ontario, so we're able to pinpoint with them which communities are they coming from, but also where do they want to practice. Connecting with them early is extremely crucial to help them understand what is that pathway back home. Oftentimes when we have talent that goes abroad to study, they may want to stay there. They're there for 8 to 10 years. They find a partner, they want to settle down. It's much harder to come home. So if we're in front of them in the early years of time to help them with that pathway and help them with those connections back home, it helps them return. Next slide, please. Just a quick picture there from our events. Next slide. Perfect. So Family Medicine Teaching Unit, which is very exciting for Aurelia. It's expanding capacity. So since 1995, we've had 2 annual residents in our community. And with the expansion of the Family Medicine Teaching Unit, we are going to be building capacity from 2 family medicine residents annually to 8. And of course, studies show that physicians are more likely to practice where they train, and supporting the FMTU is only about building that long-term sustainability and stability for our future workforce.
Okay. Next slide. I'm going to skip to the next slide as well, just in the interest of time. So I think the main point is, what will the funding go towards? Sorry, I'll do that. As I alluded to, we've had, given the situation that we're in, given the crisis situation that we've had to do things differently. We can no longer operate like we have in the past, where we've sat back and waited for candidates to come to us and we put our best foot forward. That has resulted in needing resources to do that, but we can't take a step back. We need to be active and going out to these local, national, and international events to get out in front of a volume of students. So these events, specifically local events, cost upwards of $2,000, national events $4,000, international events $8,000. And those international events, where you're getting in front of students at these international medical schools, are, even though they are the most expensive, they are our best bang for our buck, I feel, because there's a large number of Canadians practicing in these schools that are wanting to come back and practice in Canada. And they're just looking for communities to settle down in. Maybe they're from the GTA or from Toronto. Due to housing prices, they don't necessarily want to practice in those communities. And they just need someone to attract them to a specific local community, because it's almost like throwing a dart at the province or at a map of Canada. So here we are in front of them, highlighting what it would be like to live and practice in our area. And I think we have a unique opportunity, a unique community, to be able to attract these potential candidates. Next slide, please. I won't go too deeply into this, but in terms of the economic impacts, again, healthcare in this country is a provincial initiative. So from municipalities' standpoint, what is the incentive? Obviously, caring for the constituents in your community means a healthy, productive population, but these doctors are also living and spending in the communities and throwing dollars back into our areas. Next slide. So as I said, our ask to our supporting communities has been $2 per resident, but we do acknowledge that this council does have to support both efforts in Aurelia and the surrounding areas, as well as Barrie. So that's why we have requested specifically $1 per resident. It does represent an increase, but I feel it will be well spent to take advantage of these opportunities to get out in front of candidates and be more proactive to ensure that we're addressing the capacity needs for Aurelia and the surrounding areas. I want to thank you again for your time and appreciate any questions if there is an opportunity to do so.
Thank you very much, Marino, Melanie. That was, great information, and thank you for sticking to the most important points I think are imperative that we hear from you. At this time, I will open the floor for members of council for any questions to Marino or Melanie. Good, then I guess it's me. What is the biggest challenges that you have in drawing people here versus the biggest asset? So what's your biggest playing card of getting people to come here versus the challenges of why it's harder possibly for Aurelia versus other areas to draw?
I mean, Melly's, yeah, you've been on the ground.
I would have to say our location. So we have many students that come out of the GTA. Also, when we are at international fairs, they ask how close is the airport? And they are shocked that we're about an hour or an hour and a half from downtown Toronto. That is the most exciting part for them to hear. So we are perfectly situated to be able to capture some of that, those people that don't want to live in the city, but they want to be close enough to it. So that is our biggest playing card when we're out there, to say this is who we are.
Okay. No,
In terms of challenges, though, I would say I'll speak to that in terms of these aren't things that we can control, but for international medical students wanting to come back, there are hoops that have to be that they have to go through, and that is, you know, on our side, those aren't things that we can necessarily change, but we can lobby and have our members of council or members of provincial parliament highlight those challenges to open up to get to the point where one day we aren't requesting funds from council because there are a steady stream of both local and international talent that want to come home, and there's a steady stream and of candidates that can practice, and it's easy to do so.
Okay, so question for just understanding clarity. So if we recruit from Britain or England, what's the transition time and to adapt so that they can practice here?
So it does depend where they are in their journey to practice medicine. So for instance, the couple that's coming in the end of December, they're looking for an August or September start.
Okay.
So it could be a year lead time. Licensing continues to be a bit of a barrier, in which, you know, there's an advocacy side to that as well. But if they already have their license to practice in Ontario and ready to move, I mean, it can happen pretty quickly. But typically it's a 6 month to 1 year turnaround time if they are actually ready to practice.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And this is the last question but is there a stat of how many medicine grads are leaving the country to practice elsewhere?
There probably is. I don't think it's public knowledge. What we do know from meeting with the students specifically in Ireland, Ireland's one of the biggest exports for education. The Canadians that we talk to, they say that their classes are at least 40% Canadian. So there's 6 or 7 medical schools in Ireland. So definitely 400 or 500 students easily.
Okay. And I would add to that, it's not only people leaving the country, but even family doctors or family doctors who are training as family doctors aren't necessarily choosing to practice in their communities. They may be trained to do so, but they can practice as emergency physicians or hospitalists. So that's also a challenge that we're trying to overcome, that yes, we may be training enough family doctors to meet the demand, but how many of them are choosing to practice in office and taking care of a roster of patients? So that is, again, another challenge where we've seen some of the more international students are more willing, if it means that they can come back, they say, yeah, for sure, I'll set up roots in a community just in order to allow me to practice in my home country. Because of course there is overhead and responsibilities over and above what maybe a specialist or someone working in a hospital would have to take care of, compared to what a family doctor would have to with staff and office space and rent and things of that nature.
Thank you very much. Council, Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I suppose the other challenge is housing, accommodating the physicians that come here. Clearly that somebody just starting out as an intern can't afford the houses that, the price of houses that we have in Oro-Medonte. And I assume that a physician that's been around for a while and get a number of years of experience has a family. So what are you doing in terms of trying to address that, the challenge there?
It's interesting because I have actually been on the committee. This is my first year as chair, but been on the committee for 10 years. And it has changed in terms of, you've seen how much more difficult it is for a new physician to afford housing in our areas. We find it is more of an issue. So students are actually our number one recruitment pipeline. And so attracting them and that's more of the issue of for students who are on a resident salary to be able to afford rental accommodations. So part of our funding is to support and subsidize rent if needed or if requested, so that isn't a barrier to come and practice here or come and learn here. Because if you can come and learn here, you're getting a feel before you have to commit of what it's like to practice and live in these communities. And I think that's definitely one area, another area where our funds are going towards if needed and if requested. So it isn't as much of a barrier. Obviously, there's only so much you can do, but that is one little thing that I think has, that we feel will help.
Thank you very much. Any other questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking time and presenting.
Thank you.
And it's a great presentation. We really appreciate it because, as we all know, doctors is something we all use at some point or another, even though we don't. We try to avoid it, but it's a very important part of what needs to be supplied to our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so keeping kind of with the theme of doctors and health, Barry, physician recruitment, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you once again for having us present to your council today. My name is Corinne Maxwell. I'm the Physician Recruitment Coordinator for the Barrie Area Physician Recruitment Task Force. As a lifelong Innisfil resident and working in healthcare for the last 24 years, it is very important to me to have enough family physicians and specialty physicians in our area to help support our residents. Joining me today is Dr. Melissa Whitty, FMTU Site Coordinator and Staff Physician at our Royal Victoria Regional Health Center. And in the following presentation, both Dr. Whitty and I will provide an overview of what Barrie Area Physician Recruitment, otherwise known as BAPR, is, and highlight some of our recent successes, as well as identify some of our challenges. Next slide, please. So what is BAPR and who funds it? The purpose of Barrie Area Physician Recruitment Task Force is to bring physicians, healthcare leaders, community leaders, and municipal leaders together to develop, implement strategies, and to retain and recruit physicians for our community. Using these strategies, the recruitment coordinator works on recruiting and retaining both family physicians and specialty physicians. Our funding partners include Township of Springwater, Township of Oro-Medonte, Town of Innisfil, City of Barrie, and Rural Victoria Regional Health Center. Next slide. Unfortunately, the province is facing a crisis with the current doctor shortage following the pandemic, specifically in family medicine. There are currently 2.5 million people living in Ontario without access to primary care. The slide shows 2.3, and that was back in February. And currently, 40% of our Ontario physicians are considering retirement. Next slide. According to Health Force Ontario, more than 2,500 family physicians are needed in Ontario. Toronto has the largest number of openings at 305, followed by Ottawa with 171, and the Barrie and Muskoka region with 118, and Hamilton at 114, according to the data. Adding to this crisis is a clear trend in medical students not choosing family medicine. Next slide.
Okay. Thanks, Corinne. So I'm Melissa Whitty. I've been practicing and living in Barrie for 26 years now. I've been involved in medical education for the past 15 years. So I too am very passionate about ensuring access to quality medical care in our community. I can speak firsthand, as we've started to hear about, to the factors contributing to physician shortage. So I'll just list some of those. The first one is financial, as always. We're underfunded by our OHIP revenue, and with the rising inflation and the cost to run a practice, which is a business, is becoming very difficult. Two, we have dwindling interest in family medicine, and if chosen, many of the residents continue to do a focus practice, so they don't start a practice and take on a patient roster. They might do ER, they might do palliative care, which obviously we need them there, but it just means that there's lack of family doctors, and our community is without a family doctor. We've heard that the population is aging in Ontario, and as well the physicians are aging. We are a workforce, and the bottom line is that 1.7 million Ontario residents have a family doctor that is 65 years or older. We've heard about the administrative burden. Let me just tell you a little bit about that. So family doctors report spending 19 hours a week on administrative tasks, so that's not patient-facing. 94% said they are overwhelmed with administrative work that takes up to 40% of their time every week. This burden is already impacting patients' access to care because to deal with that, most family doctors have had to reduce their clinical hours. So this increase in administrative burden is rooted in the complexity of medicine and the healthcare system that we operate in now, as well as the introduction of electronic medical records. And just a final factor that I wanted to bring up, I recently read an article that said there's been a long-term trend of physicians working less hours overall, both male and female physicians. So we can't just look at the number of physicians, we have to look at the number of hours that those physicians are working. Next slide, please. Thank you. So our local primary care. So much of our local primary care is the Barrie Family Health Organization, which encompasses family physicians across all 3 municipalities. So the Barrie Family Health Organization, or FO, has 94 signatory physicians. So those are the active physicians with a practice. 1 year ago, we had 104, so the number is dropping. We have 34 contract physicians, so they don't actually have a patient roster, but they'll do locums, which does support the signatory physicians to be able to take time off, or if they're unwell for some reason, to help them care for the patients. There's 4 anticipated retirements by the end of 2025. That's what we know of right now. This could increase. So right now, 147,208 patients from our 3 municipalities are rostered to our Barrie Family Health Organization, which means that many of our citizens are unattached to a family doctor currently. And with the projected retirements, we can expect another additional 6,000 patients to be in need of a family doctor, with the average family doctor having a roster size of 1,200. That's where those numbers come from. Next slide. In the last year, we've had 5 physicians retire in our family health organization. So what does that mean? What has that meant? So 4 of those retirees could not find someone to replace them, so there was no transfer of their patients. 1 of them was able to transfer their patients to 4 existing signatory physicians. So this is what happens to the patients of physicians who retire. There's an increasing pool of patients who are unattached. Now they will be seeking their primary care through the emergency department, through telephone, walk-in clinics. They'll have decreased access to programs and specialists because those often require referral from a family doctor. So the result is a huge inequity of healthcare and, in my opinion, substandard care for these patients. So we heard about, family doctors wanting a community that has a well-established and well-resourced specialist, but also specialists want to work in a community that has a well-resourced primary care or family doctors. We work well together and we want to support each other. And with both, we have the best care for our patients.
Next slide, please. So what have our successes been in 24-25? And I'm sorry I didn't update the title of that slide. So since April, we have had 5 new contract family physicians in the area and 43 specialists at RVH. So it's important to note that 32 out of the 43 specialists at RVH are considered locums. So they haven't come on full time as of yet. Hopefully with them being in RVH, some of them will choose to stay. Some of them are coming in specifically just to work a short duration. And some of them are just trialing us out and deciding whether or not they want to stay. But even still, it's still a pretty good number and so this is only since April, so not a year. Next slide. So what type of specialists have we recruited? So since April, we've recruited 2 anesthesiologists, 2 emergency physicians, 2 family medicines in GP oncology and GP anesthesia, 3 medical imaging, 1 interventional cardiologist, 1 endocrinologist, 1 geriatrician. Next slide. 6 hospitalists, 6 general internal medicine, 2 neurologists, 2 obstetrician gynecologists, 1 oncologist, 2 pediatricians, a pathologist, a psychiatrist, and 8 surgeons, including ophthalmologist, general surgeon, surgical assistant, and orthognathic. So recruitment of specialists such as this has helped with the annual 206,000 imaging tests read by our radiologists, 82,000 emergency visits by our emergency physicians, and the 10,000 surgeries completed by our anesthesiologists. Next slide. And we continue to recruit. So up here, I won't read through them, but this is a list of all the other areas that we're continuing to recruit. Top of the list, family medicine. It's an ongoing job, but it keeps me in a job. Next slide. So how do I recruit? So I start by posting advertisements on websites, medical journals, and social media. I screen the applicants. I meet and greet with the candidates. I arrange meet and greets with department chiefs, the Barrie Family Health Team, and clinics supervisors, etc. Organize community tours, hospital tours, and clinic tours. I act as a liaison with the community, hospital, and medical practices with the applicant. Attend medical conferences and job fairs, such as what Melanie was speaking to, and maintain communication with each candidate and to ensure appropriate follow-up. And I always act as an ambassador for our community, our hospital, and our family medicine teaching unit. Next slide.
All right, so I get to talk about our family medicine teaching unit in Barrie, which I'm very, very proud to be part of. So it's been operating since 2009, and we've graduated 15 cohorts of family physicians. We have 18 residents at a time training, and 9 are in first year, 9 are in second year, and this year we have 3 international medical grads, so that means that they went to medical school in other countries, and then they're doing their residency in Canada. We previously had 2 slots for that, but now we have 3. So the feedback from our residents is that our medical community, Barrie area, is very cohesive, supportive, and provides excellent, innovative healthcare. Our success in the FMTU is really the production of comprehensive care family doctors, and we retain them. And this really demonstrates that recruitment is most successful with education. We train them here, and this is where they'll practice. And so BAPR has successfully recruited 64% of our FMTU grads. Next slide. So this is just a quick peek at what that number looks like. So we've had 125 residents enter our program. We've had 116 grads. We've recruited 69 of them. And some of them, as we talked about, go into focused practice, which is what the PGY3 programs are, ER, palliative, care of the elderly. A lot of them prefer to do this because of the things we already talked about that are barriers to family practice. Some of them come back years later after they've gone off and done some locum work, but they still are coming back. And I'm proud to say that many of our grads are leaders within our community at RVH, within the community with our family health team, or our family health organization, our OHTs. So we're very proud of them. So next slide, thanks. So what's the future of our program? So our program continues to be one of the most sought after residency programs in the province of Ontario, with our application rates increasing by approximately 30% each year, and none of our 9 spots go unmatched. Our model of medical education in the FMTU is and will continue to be successful. U of T expands its family medicine programs into communities like Uxbridge, Orangeville, Orillia, Midland, and they're all modeling their programs and medical education program after ours. We've done lots of tours recently. We may see some increase in the international medical grad positions that we offer. Really, this is the government's strategy to increase the physician workforce. We want to maintain and improve the quality of our program so that the few medical students that are choosing family medicine will choose our site and our region to train. So again, education is our best strategy for recruitment.
Okay, next slide. So this brings us to the conclusion. Oh no, did you want to speak to that one?
Oh, I didn't know that one was in there.
Okay, I have some notes to it because I think this one's important to highlight.
Sure.
One moment here.
So it's new, that's why.
Yeah, okay. Sorry. I have it in here. Okay, so, there you go.
Okay, thanks. Didn't have that slide.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay. So the Enhanced Skills Training in Emergency Medicine at the University of Toronto is a comprehensive one-year program. So after the residents have graduated in family medicine, they apply to this program, which is quite competitive. So now there is going to be this program at RVH. So it includes core rotations in emergency medicine, trauma, anesthesia, plastics, orthopedics, ICU, CCU, and electives. They'll do all their training at RVH. Academic days on Tuesdays feature case-based workshops, resident presentation, and ground rounds, while residents also engage in research projects, journal clubs, practice readiness sessions, and structured mock exam process. The program boasts a strong simulation component, integrating high-fidelity simulations and standardized patients to enhance both medical and crisis resource management skills. They're supported by our strong RVH ER instructors with advanced training in simulation and evidence-based teaching methods. So the RVH will be the first expansion site for this program out of the downtown core, broadening its reach and impact to aid in recruitment and our much needed emergency medicine physicians for the Simcoe region.
Next slide.
All right, the Barrie Area OHT Primary Care Council has organized to engage as many community partners as possible to work collaboratively in improving the delivery of access to primary care in our community. So I sit on the Primary Care Council, which basically involves not just the physicians, but we know lots of primary care is provided by our nurse practitioners, clinics that have taken on a lot of the unattached patients in our community. So we are well resourced and partnered there to improve primary care in Barrie and area.
Thank you. And next slide, please. Okay, so the external environment to tackle healthcare shortages and attract physicians, nearby municipalities and recruitment firms are stepping up with attractive financial incentives. These packages go beyond standard compensation, offering substantial signing bonuses, relocation allowances, clinic space, and other in-kind support such as gym, golf, and ski memberships, free car leases, and restaurant vouchers. In the following few slides, I've got some screenshots to highlight some of the most recent news articles. So if you just want to flip through the two of those, that's the first one and the second one. And next slide, please. So I've just highlighted a few areas that are offering significant signing bonuses. Top of the list in recent news, Huntsville is offering $80,000 signing bonus to any family physician who agrees to work in that town for 5 years. I won't go through and read everything word for word. You've got it in the package. But fortunately, we have some great programs and recruitment strategies in place, such as the FMTU and the new PGY3 program, and strong collaboration with the Barrie Area Ontario Health Team and Primary Care Council. However, there is still work to be done. Next slide. So this brings us to the conclusion of our presentation. I thank you once again for having us. And our financial request is Barrie Area Physician Recruitment kindly requests the financial support in the amount of $14,500 from the Township of Oro-Medonte to help further our initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karina and Dr. Whitty. Any questions by members of council? Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious about something. In that teaching program, there were 9 people. 6 of them are women and 3 are men. Is that reflective of the number of applicants that apply for the program?
So I think in general, I wouldn't say our stats on who applies to the Barrie program is different than the overall residency percentage across the University of Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Schell?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to our guests. I've heard this several times about doctors being overloaded with the paperwork and stuff that come down the pipe. I've noticed that has changed even through my previous doctor who was killed in a bad accident. But the last few times I went to see him, he had to get his laptop out and had to do a whole lot of stuff. And he complained about it. Is there going to be an end to that? Like, I see that being the big problem for family doctors, why they don't want to go into the practice. Can you speak to that?
I wish I had a great answer for that. I hope in my lifetime there's an end to that. I think as I mentioned, the burden comes from many things, and a lot of it's just the healthcare system that we live in now and the complexity of our healthcare system. You know, for example, we have more tests we can order, and every test we order, we seem to have to order another test to follow it up. I mean, that's just in 2024 what healthcare is, what the expectations of the people who work in it are, and what the expectations of the patients are. So that's part of it. You know, now that we have stuff on computers, stuff that maybe our administrative support staff would do before is now right in front of us. So we're doing that. There is lots of work, even, you know, at our primary care council that's trying to find strategies to make sure that we're all practicing to our scope, so that physicians are doing physician work, nurses are doing nursing work, and then we have the administrative support to do that.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of council? I guess just one brief thing, just for clarity. Like, I understand we have, as we have every year, we have multiple physician recruitment committees come before us, or boards that come before us. How do you work collaboratively without, and I'm going to put it blunt because it's simpler for me, but poaching from one another, or like, because there's only a certain amount of talent, a pool that you're drawing from. So how is there an agreement within how you approach and how you engage without being disrespectful to one and the other? Because at the end of the day, we're in the position where we technically have 3 different hospitals that service Oro-Medonte. You know, the simple solution would be just move one massive hospital to Oro-Medonte, but that's not going to happen immediately. So I just wondered, how do we do that? Because you know, our desire would be to support everyone to the fullest, but are we competing against each other?
Right. I'm very happy to answer that question. Both myself and Melanie and the recruiter from the Midland area, we just attended the Family Medicine Forum together as a collaborative event, shared a booth, and kind of represented our region in a whole. So we were able to speak to all of our different local areas individually, but we were attracting people to our region. So an example of that follow-up is we actually have a husband and wife family medicine couple coming next Friday, and they're going to tour each of our areas. So they're going to have equal access to all of our areas and work with each of us. And I don't think that any one of us look at it through the lens that we're competing, because if we actually land 2 doctors into any one of those areas, it's a win for everybody. Like I said, I'm from Innisfil. I've lived there since I was 9, and my family doctor is in Barrie, and I've never once thought I didn't have a local family doctor. Like, it's just in Barrie, it's up the road. Like, I know there are now practicing doctors in Innisfil, but like mine's in Barrie, it just happens to be where she is. I don't feel like I have to do a big commute to get to see her. I'm just very fortunate I have one. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yes, and thank you very much for your presentation and the presentation beforehand. I think we all recognize this is a crucial issue, and I'm fortunate. I think my doctor's 20 or 30 years younger than me. But maybe this is a question for both of you. Are we winning in the area, or just on a numerical level, are we going this way, or are we going that way, or are we staying level?
So in our area, we're not doing too bad in comparison to other areas in the province. There's much people that are, harder off than us. I think having a regional health center such as RVH nearby, and like Melanie spoke to, like we're only 45 minutes to an hour and a half from the GTA, so it's, in close proximity to all the things that the big city offers without having to have the big city lifestyle. And that's a way that we kind of all advertise our areas. So like, if we were like, 3 hours north, I think it might have been a different conversation. Last year was the first year that we have not been able to fill retirement holes, I think, since the inception of BAPR. So, they're not trending in the right direction, but we're not horrible yet.
We're treading water.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's a good category not to be number 1 in, right? So,
Can I just add one thing? I think it's a stellar community, and we do well because of that, whether it's just the trees or the medical community or the rest of the support we have. But it will get worse, because that is just what's happening to healthcare across our country, across our province. So as Corinne said, we're still doing okay, but when you start at the top and everyone's going down, you're still going to go down.
well, ladies, thank you very much for the presentation, Melanie and Dr. Whitty, and we will take all this stuff into consideration as we go to our budget deliberations in early January. But this council really truly does understand the importance of healthcare.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next on my list is Severn Sound Environmental Association.
Thank you, Your Worship, members, council, and staff. I'm Melissa Carruthers, Manager of Source Water Protection at the Severn Sound Environmental Association, also known as the SSEA. Julie Cayley, our Executive Director, is not able to attend today, so I'm filling in on her behalf. Virtually here with me today is our Treasurer, Judy Lemos, to help with questions once we get to that. Today's presentation, so I'll be touching on some highlights from 2024 and looking ahead to 2025. And as you mentioned, so in the interest of time, I'll be skimming some of the slides, but you do have them in your package with some additional supplemental information. Next slide, please. So you can see a bit of our history on the slide. We started out as an area of concern on the Great Lakes. We were then delisted. The key takeaway from this slide, as since 2009, under your direction, SSEA has been your joint municipal service board, and we act as an environmental arm of the 8-member municipalities within the Severn Sound watershed. So thank you to Councillor Hutchison for your representation on our board currently. Next slide, please. So primarily we work on a watershed basis. That does excluding the risk management services and sustainable Severn Sound special projects. Those operate on a municipal boundary. Within Oro-Medonte, I know you know this, but you do have the headwaters of the North Coldwater and Sturgeon Rivers, as well as Bass Lake. So that does make Oro-Medonte unique and important to the Severn Sound watershed as a whole. You will hear from the other two watershed organizations after this one, but again, as you know, Severn Sound watershed is in the northern portion of your municipality. Next slide, please. The next couple slides will touch on those highlights of services within 2024 resulting from your financial contribution. Starting with monitoring, so we will continue to monitor Bass Lake. This is to identify trends and anticipate changes in water quality. We have a partnership with the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. That's where we monitor local streams through Provincial Water Quality Monitoring Network. This is for overall water quality, trends, and changes in ecosystem health. We do monitor groundwater sites through Provincial Groundwater Monitoring Network. That's for water quality and quantity. And we do look at benthic invertebrates to assess early signs of stressors and change. Next slide, please. To quickly highlight, significant amount of monitoring is completed for climate through stream temperature monitoring, as well as early detection of blue-green algae. Just as an example, so in 2024, SSEA, we do report algal blooms within the Severn Sound inland lakes. We were one of the first to report this year's Bass Lake outbreak. We also offer a variety of citizen science programs related to ice cover, water quality, and invasive species. All of this work is important to be able to assess current conditions and trends. Next slide, please. In terms of water quality, we are seeing some concerns within Bass Lake. You're all very aware of the algal blooms with lake advisories in 2023 and 2024. We're also seeing an increase in sodium and chloride within the lake, as well as a rise in air and water temperatures and more significant rainfall events throughout our entire watershed. Next slide, please. 2024, we were successful in landing 3 external funding grants. The first one was Restore the Shore. It's a pilot project. It provides advice on shoreline naturalization, including site visits, developing planting plans, and sourcing appropriate native species for landowners to plant. We also had Bee Parks and Project Seed, which involved working with municipalities and schools to develop and implement naturalization plans. So a portion of Robin Crest Park is also being naturalized. Plants and seeds did go into the ground earlier this month, and we're hoping to continue that naturalization in 2025, pending funding. Invasive species, we're focusing on education, providing identification and management support to municipalities and the public, as well as coordinating management events at municipal sites. In 2024, staff conducted in-person training for municipal staff on invasive species and noxious plants. In terms of trees, 1,900 seedlings were planted this spring by participants as part of the tree distribution program, with over 21,000 plants being planted since 2009. In addition to that, 1,200 seedlings were planted at 2 sites within the township through our community planting program this spring. Next slide, please. Just in the effort of time, I think I'll skip this one. It's pretty, we're out in the public, we're helping to spread the good word, but we'll switch. Next slide, please. In terms of drinking water source protection under the Clean Water Act, SSEA, we fill 2 separate roles. So the first is as a source protection authority. That is done on a watershed basis. So the other 2 organizations following me, we all, depends on which watershed you're in, who you're dealing with for that role. Source protection authority work, it's more the higher level policy piece, making sure the science behind the program is up to date, education outreach, kind of a bunch of the higher level stuff. The second is as the township's risk management official and inspector, so that is me, I'm that person for you, delegated by township bylaw with a focus on implementing policies in our local source protection plan. So source protection authority, higher level policy, risk management official, your boots on the ground person. This is paid for by the municipality. It is calculated based on use, which will make it fluctuate yearly. Next slide, please. In terms of sustainable Severn Sound projects, so we provide project support and guidance as we collaborate on sustainability and climate planning. We continue to tap into various sources of funding to advance the program, such as the successful $10,000 grant from Enbridge. Our coordinator did want to thank one of your summer staff and intern, Emily Houghton, for her work to helping to continue this program within the township. Next slide, please. And we'll skip this one too, please. So next slide. So looking forward to 2025, we'll continue the great work we've been doing regarding invasive species, tree and stewardship programs, and monitoring, including Bass Lake. However, there will be a shift in the sampling frequency of Bass Lake. We've been moving from a 5-year rotation to sampling yearly. We are seeing more frequent water quality concerns, increased inquiries from members of the public, and an interest from municipal staff in being able to better predict budget requirements. Switching from every 5 years to 1 will help address all of these concerns. Next slide, please. So for Sustainable Severn Sound in 2025, we'll continue to finalize milestone 3, which is the creation of a climate action plan and working towards implementation and reporting. I will continue to operate as your risk management official, and we will continue various education outreach activities. Next slide, please. So on your screen today is the SSCA Board of Director approved budget for 2025 within the Township of Oro-Medonte, with an overall budget ask of just over $175,000. So I'm going to preempt a question maybe. So I know a question was asked last year around leveraging. We're still, this is kind of a bit more complex for us, and we're trying to work on clarifying how best to be transparent and fair. We haven't fully landed on how to properly articulate that out yet. But what I can say today is for every $1 that Oro-Medonte provides to the SSCA, we are estimating up to $10 in benefits for services within the Severn Sound watershed. So thank you very much for your time, and with that, I'll open to questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Carruthers. Council, I'll open the floor at this time for any questions. I'm going to ask a question because, you know, and this is going to be a question just so that, you know, and you're the first, so, you know, take your time in answering it because the other two get to listen in, or I'll ask them to leave the room. But anyways, we spend over $500,000 a year on environmental initiatives, which we're proud to take part of because I think the environment's very important to all of us. Although some other areas don't spend near as much and their populations are greater. Is there a more superior, fully encompassing model that you can think? And I'm just suggesting like a more regional environmental setting rather than a number, because we have 3 active environmental associations we financially support, and we know the importance and we want to continue to support them, but it's more challenging as more things get downloaded by the province onto us without putting a heavy burden on our constituents. And I just don't know if you have thought of or considered what would be a better solution for the government, the Ontario government, to implement.
Thank you, through your worship. I'm going to give you a short answer and then a longer answer. So myself personally, no, I don't know of a better funding model today. Not to say that there might not be one in the future. What I can speak to is within your municipality, like you said, you do have the 3 of us. Although there is an MOU, I do realize it's out of date between ourselves, yourself, and the MBCA. At the SSCA, we still act within the intent of that MOU so that we're not duplicating services. It's not really that big of an issue with the Simcoe portion. So all I can offer is that, yes, you do pay 3. Definitely do recognize the cost associated with that, but we are doing our best to make sure that there is no duplication of services for your residents.
No, thank you very much. And believe me, the environment is important to all of our constituents too. We're very environmentally conscious. We want to protect what we have. So, no, it's, and the other 2 CAs can right away, the same question will kind of come to you. I may not even have to prompt it, you'll know during your presentations, but I don't mean to put you on the spot. We're looking for ways as we become more challenged in managing our budgets without just piling on tax increases to our constituents. And I think collectively, hopefully, we all can work together to find a solution moving forward. Any other questions from members of council? Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you, and thank you very much for the presentation. I'm quite familiar with the efforts of the SSCA, and I'm very pleased to be the representative on your board, and I do recognize some of the financial stressors from the association side as well, which makes it a difficult balance for all of us. So I applaud you in starting to articulate sort of the value for the money that we're spending. And this is a discussion I've had many times at the board table as to how, as basically a nonprofit who does come to us for funding, demonstrate in such a way that people can understand for the money that we're spending, what is the value. So the fact that you were able to break it out to $1 spent articulates to $10 in benefit back is I think a good step forward. But I do, and I'm not out of line here because I've articulated this around the table as well. I do believe that our EAs, including the SSEAs, do need to do a better job of demonstrating that value, and ensure that we're not feeling like we're having duplication, although, people speak to, we don't have duplication of effort. I think for a number of community members and for council members as a whole, when we're coming into difficult budget times, those details are important for us to have in order to make well-educated decisions on the money that is entrusted to us by our constituents. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I know what work's going on behind the scenes, but I would suspect a number of questions will be coming forward. So thank you.
Okay. If there's no further questions, thank you very much, Ms. Carruthers, for your presentation, and we'll definitely connect in likely the new year when we're getting our budgets approved, and we'll get the money out to all the parties as best as possible.
All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay. I'll now call upon Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Greenlaw, members of council. Always a pleasure to be up in the north end of the watershed for an opportunity just to share some of the highlights around the 2025 proposed budget. Next slide, please. Most of you are aware of the CA and what we do, so I'll spend just a brief moment. We're closing in on our 75th year in 2026. We're one of the older CAs in the province of Ontario, but we're also one of the CAs that faces some of the greatest growth challenges, more in the southern part of our watershed, but it does affect the lake that everyone shares around the lake. Next slide, please. What basically sets us apart is a little unique. The other 35 CAs are principally river focused around the Great Lakes. We are river focused, watershed focused, but we have this big blue polygon in the middle, Lake Simcoe, that all our creeks and rivers drain into. That is really sort of separates us. It also creates a series of unique programs and things that we are involved in that other CAs are not. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to walk through a few of the highlights for 2025 and talk a bit about some of the questions that you're starting to raise around, value, outcome. What are those things that we represent, and what is that investment that we're here before you to discuss, and where are we moving forward? Next slide, please. So as we move forward in 2025, one of the big areas is around our strategic plan. And our last strategic plan was a shift from what we would call more of the work plan style, a list of programs and objectives, to more of an outcome based. How are we measuring outcome? How are we measuring the change? Are we making the lake better, the land better, the communities better? And that's a big focus. Also, in the beginning of 2025 will be the beginning of the construction of our new nature center at Scanlon Creek in Bradford. And this is being done without a municipal ask. And I'll touch on that a little later. We've also been doing some continued updating around the work we do to facilitate both for our municipal partners as well as the province of Ontario on Lake Simcoe Protection Plan. And we're also looking to do a bit of a fee review and update. Is our last fee review was done prior to Bill 23. We've been under a free freeze for the last few years. And we need to make some adjustments, both eliminate some fees that we don't do some of the site plan work. We also have some fees that need to be reduced because they're more reflective of the work required post Bill 23. So we're hoping to bring that forward for 2025. Next slide, please. Make sure I'm the right one. Yeah. So it's very interesting here that we've been talking about health. When we look at our strategic plan, our vision statement is healthy land, healthy lake, healthy life for generations to come. And it really goes to the context of some of the questions you were asking, Mayor Greenlaw, is that of healthy green space, a healthy lake is imperative to the community, imperative to mental and physical health. And that's one of the big things we strive for, is to make sure that we help protect and do that both for our constituents, the constituents of Oro-Medonte, but around the lake itself. And we'll be working to sort of refresh our strategic plan as we move forward. We had a board workshop last week, and really everyone in the board felt that we're on the right track. The items in our strategic plan still hold true today, and that we would continue to move forward. Next slide, please. So the new Nature Center in Bradford is an 8,100 square foot outdoor education facility. It will double our classroom space from 2 classrooms to 4. And it serves principally the York and Simcoe County constituents. We have contracts with the 4 boards within those 2 regional areas. We've been able to secure $4.2 million from the Federal Green Infrastructure Fund. We've raised approximately just under $4 million from private side, and the rest of the money is through in-kind and other internal reserves, and that so not require a municipal ask for such a large capital undertaking. This will be a flagship nature center to serve the constituents of the area. Next slide, please. So last year, with this switch with Bill 229, the changes in how we moved to these mandatory programs, we had to move funding between our traditional mandatory program, which all CEAs are responsible for, and the unique one at Lake Simcoe. And that work there's been some slight adjustments as we move into 2025 to make sure we have the right work in the right categories. And so that's one of the minor changes within our 2025 budget. So speaking of that, so next slide, please. On to the 2025 budget, and just a couple of the key themes. One is continued transparency and accountability. We live by this to ensure that you have the numbers and everything you need to understand where does the money come from and where does the money go annually. We're also looking at our renewed strategic vision, and we always strive to make sure that we're basically at or below inflation in the area, especially in these the last few years with the incredible high inflation that we've all experienced. So next slide, please. So the overall levy we set at a 2% increase for all across the board. And that has been consistent. We were at 2%. That's generally the funding envelopes that we are also work with York Region, Durham Region, some of the larger funders, and we'd like to stay within that wherever possible. So that's the levy increase. So if we go to the next slide. So the Oro-Medonte share, based on when you look at also adding in the cumulative value assessment component, basically, you're just under that threshold of 1% of the levy side. With York Region, obviously our largest, that's just over 65%. So it is a small wedge in our overall budget package, but it's an important one as you represent one of our northern side of the lake. And the specific numbers for Oro-Medonte for 2025 is approximately a $98,000 investment, which is a 3.6% increase from last year. It's 2% for the levy. The CVA numbers actually in Oro-Medonte have gone up for 2025, and there was a minor LSPP adjustment. So the total number is coming in at 3.6. Next slide, please. So moving forward, we'll be finalizing the work on a strategic plan. We'll carry us forward for the next 4 to 5 years. Just our planning fees to ensure that, and it was one of the things that when you speak of some of the funding aspects, Mayor Greenlaw, we took a tack, it's got to be 8-9 years ago, I can't remember the exact date, but we do full cost recovery for our development side. It is development pays for development. We do not put any levy to the development side. The only place levy goes to is to enforcement on our development and planning side. So we do full cost recovery, and that where we have no problems accommodating that. And ensuring that development is paying for development. And I think that is a model that you see most municipalities also striving to do the same. The Nature Center will be a highlight project, be a busy year of construction at our property in Bradford. So as we move forward, our draft budget is tabled in December at the board meeting and with approval in January. And I guess I can go right to your question since I already heard it, Mayor Greenlaw, so I was going to go right to it. So if you looked at funding models, one of the ones that I would suggest at least in this area, where we see the benefit is we have 2 large regional municipalities in our south, York and Durham region. If you look at York as an example, we have 6 lower tier municipalities, but 1 funder. So it's easier for us to work with the region. We have a larger funding base. We will coordinate the programs. They also only share 2 CAs, so we're able to work that out. That does allow for greater flexibility. And one of the things that York also has the ability to do is much of our levy is not actually paid off the tax base. They actually pay it out of the water rates. So they're able to use the water rate, which has more flexibility with internally to the region. So those are the type of benefits that you can be looked at if there were changes within the Conservation Authorities Act that may allow, say, Simcoe County to be the member. The lower tiers are represented, but they are the member. That does make also economy of scale. It's one budget instead of many. So that would certainly free up time and space for staff at both ends. So that'd be one. I think when you look at the other side, there's always the opportunities to how can you look at program sharing, staff sharing, and this is the challenge. The recent changes with Bill 2289 really kind of both brought some good and some challenging things. The good, most of it was to create mandatory programs, clarity in the landscape. You can compare an apple to an apple to an apple between all 36 conservation authorities. But also what it says on mandatory programs, you're not supposed to play outside your watershed. So it prevents some of the ability for us to say help our partner at Nottawasaga or Kawartha on our eastern boundary, where we could say, hey, if we share a service and provide it to them, that has been somewhat problematic. We're hoping to see some movement on that to say, how do we work it better? So that's an opportunity where I think we can look to better service all our constituents. Is that how do we do that? I think that's an area that could be explored. And in the many years, there's always been talk, just as there's municipal level, do you consolidate or not consolidate? I think you've heard that. I know it's been happening and discussed in Simcoe County many times before. Where does that all go and take us? Is that beneficial or not? I don't have that clear answer for you. So with that, any other questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Baldwin. What I'll do is open the floor up now for any other incremental questions at this time. I'm not sure if you're readjusting your deck or yet. You have a question? Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Baldwin, thank you very much. Is there a number for 2026? It is a two-year budget, so I don't know. Would we be expecting something of the same proportion by way of increase if you don't have a number available?
No. Through the mayor, yes, we're planning a net general 2 to 3% threshold. We haven't. Okay. We'll be starting our budget process actually much earlier for the next. We're seeing a request of our municipalities to get out front earlier, and also more of them are beginning to look at multi-year budgeting. So we're glad to help move into that direction as well. I think it'd be helpful for us as well as for you.
Okay, thank you very much for your help. I mean, I think it's very important. We're facing some pretty stringent budget restraints given to us, as the mayor mentioned earlier, due to some downloading of OPP costs. Yes. That we have no say in, and the obligations to our asset management program. So we're looking for whatever opportunities the other providers might be able to give us by way of, providing somewhat more efficient service delivery.
Absolutely.
So thank you for your suggestions.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Baldwin, for your presentation, and we'll definitely be talking to you like everybody else in the new year.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so the next presenter is Nottawasaga Conservation Authority.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, Council. Thank you for letting us be here today. I just wanted to let you know as well, our CAO, Doug Hevner, he is on the road to recovery. He is home from the hospital, and he is hoping to return to work, at least working from home next week.
That's
so
great news.
Hopefully next time you'll see him and not myself. So if I can get the next slide, please. So I'm not going to spend very much time on this slide. This is just our program overview. We've been doing it since the MECP, when they were responsible for the conservation authorities. When they were doing the review of the Conservation Authorities Act, we created this. It's something we do every year. We send it out with our budget. We hope you've taken the time to review it. And I'm going to highlight a few of them on the following slides. So next slide, please. So I'm going to start with the category 3 departments, just so you're able to kind of identify some of the differences. The first one is our education department. In 2024, as of the end of September, our education department had seen over 11,000 individuals ranging in age from 2.5 to 90 years old. And approximately 200 of them were from Oro-Medonte schools. We also had a Camp Tiffin, which is hugely successful. We actually expanded it this year, and there was still a wait list. So we are a well-known place to go in the county of Simcoe. And we already have our building, the Joe's building, and we have seen a tremendous amount of education students come through it every year. And then we also go out to the schools through the school boards to visit them and teach them about the environment in their own backyards. Next slide, please. So this is our watershed science department. So we rotate and monitor its monitoring stations for a full watershed coverage. The Willow Creek sub-watershed, which is here in Oro-Medonte, was completed in 2024. It was previously monitored in 2019. As part of that rotation, we have 3 benthic invertebrate, which for those of you who aren't scientists are little tiny little bugs that sit and live in the streams and tells them the quality and how they're moving forward. We also have 3 fluvial geomorphology water quality stations, that's a mouthful, and 1 fisheries community sampling station. And then annually, we also do 1 benthic invertebrate water quality station, 1 fluvial geomorphology water quality station, and 3 stream temperature monitoring stations, all within Oro-Medonte. So everything I just mentioned is just done within Oro-Medonte. It is important to note we do not do any of our monitoring or watershed science in the Severn Sound Environmental Association's jurisdiction. The next slide, please. Next slide is our stewardship and restoration services. Many of you will know Fred Dobbs. He is our manager of stewardship. He has decided to retire. He is leaving us at the end of December. He's leaving some pretty big shoes to fill. He has been with us for many years and is a huge fish enthusiast. And if he's not working, he's out fishing in our watershed. So his department had 3 requests for technical advice in 2024 and 6 requests in 2023 from Oro-Medonte residents. They also worked with the Waypoint Center for Mental Health Care to provide accessible volunteer opportunities for their residents and patients who came out for a volunteer tree plant. And in 2025, we hope to continue to offer cost share and technical advice for landowners interested in doing our Healthy Waters projects. Next slide, please. So staying on the stewardship and restoration services portfolio, we've actually got a picture here of your deputy mayor attending our funding announcement at the Napoleon site, where there was a Napoleon project that's currently being completed. The cost was about $200,000 with 0 cost from the municipality. We stabilized 180 meters of eroding bank on Willow Creek, and we created 0.2 hectares of riparian floodplain wetland. The funding was provided by the Midhurst Landowners Group, the Province of Ontario, and the NVCA. As well as at Napoleon, we also had 3 volunteer events for tree planting in 2024, and in 2025, we hope to have at least 1 spring plant, plus any additional restoration work days, depending on our ability for phase 2. Next slide, please. Our forestry department, our manager of forestry has been with us for about 30 years, and in his tenure with us, he has managed to plant over 1 million trees within our watershed. In 2024, 14,000 trees of the 75,000 trees were planted here in Oro-Medonte on 5 different sites. Next slide, please. So that concludes the Category 3 programs. I'm going to speak a little bit to lands. They're a combination department of 1 and 2, and 3. So I'm going to speak to them a little bit more, but I'm going to move more into the Category 1 now. So our flood management is one of the mandatory programs. We're going to go in, we're going to monitor for flood and low water and make sure that we are communicating with our municipalities. We also have to inspect and operate some of our flood and erosion control structures. We have a few dams within our jurisdiction. Next slide, please. We also have planning and development. This is one that I'm actually really excited to get out in front of you about. As you know, last year we put forth a request to hire 2 new planning staff. And it's really, really nice to be able to come out and say, since they have been on board with us. They've gotten trained since April 1st. We're meeting 100% of the time the regulation timeline for our applications, which is, we were previously at 92% from January 1st to March 31st. So I'm really proud to be able to say that to you. Next slide, please. So our conservation lands, so like I mentioned, it's a bit of a combination. All of our conservation lands and the work that we do on our conservation lands is a Category 1 mandatory. What we do though, because we want to make sure that we have the ability to bring down our levy request as much as possible every year, we do host events, and those events are considered Category 3. So we host weddings at the Tiffin Center. Bride and groom, they come, they pay a wedding fee for an event, venue, space, and we get to take that and put that back into our lands. So we have multiple different conservation authorities throughout our jurisdiction, including Fort Willow, Edenvale, Utopia, Tiffin, and that's just naming a few. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to start talking about budget. So based on our 2025 draft budget numbers, this is just a quick slide to show you how much each department takes of the levy that is allocated. So it goes from corporate services and governance, which is one of those departments that doesn't have the ability to have additional revenue really brought in, down to, for example, the environmental education, where they only take 0.5% of the total levy that's allocated to the NVCA. Next slide, please. So our 2025 draft budget process, we brought up a budget guidelines report to our board in August of 2024, where we requested an increase of $200,000 for operational increase, as well as the addition of 2 new staff. As I mentioned, we're doing really well in our planning department now. However, we're noticing there's a bit of a lag or a backlog that's happening in our engineering department. So our engineers have to do a technical review of the planning and the permitting, and so now we're getting a little lag, it's in there, so we want to hire a contract staff. The other thing, because of that, we also have a lot of big projects that are coming down the pipe through some of our municipal partners. Some of them include the Honda plant in New Tecumseth. There's a Collingwood, there's some big developments happening in Wasaga Beach, and some of them are have very quick timelines and turnarounds, and so we just want to make sure that we're not falling behind, and by hiring a contract staff for engineering, we'll be able to make sure that we're staying on top of it. We're also asking to hire 1 new person in our flood forecasting and warning department. That's for a couple of reasons. The first one is that that department has had 1 individual for as long as I can remember, like 20 years at least, as well as the support of a manager. But the manager is our manager of engineering. Between the increased severity and frequency of storms due to climate change, as well as our aging infrastructure and the amount of work that has to go into repairing some of our dams, we just need another body in there to make sure that we're staying on top of these really important works. The board then approved our draft budget for circulation to our municipalities for the review period. Next slide, please. So this, I'm not going to get into this very much. CAO Baldwin had already spoken to the categories and how we had to split up our budget. So I'm not going to speak to that one. Next slide, please. So this is one of the ways that we want to show you how we're leveraging your funds and adding value to Oro-Medonte. We take the municipal investment of just under $3.6 million for 2025 and add that to almost $3.4 million of investment through a really tiny piece of the pie from the province for our flood department, some federal grants that we go out and we get, any other grants that we get from third party or NGOs, and any user fees that we bring in. And so we're able to get your investments basically doubled to just under a $7 million budget. Some departments do better than others, obviously depending on their ability to go out and raise funds. Our stewardship, for example, can easily take one project and turn $1 into $6 to $8 to $10, depending on how it works. So we just wanted to show you how we do that. Next slide, please. We also want to show you a breakdown of how it kind of breaks down into each individual watershed resident. So as you can see, our levy request for 2025 breaks out to $17.09 per watershed resident. That's inclusive of categories 1 and categories 3. Next slide, please. Of that $17, $15.42 of that is for our category 1 mandatory programs. And again, you can just see how it's broken down into the individual departments. Next slide, please. And this is the one that we're super proud of, is our category 3 is only $1.68 per resident. And in fact, our category 3s actually help fund the category 1s. So without our category 3 works, our category 1 levies would go up. So we're able to balance it out and actually have more programs with similar impacts to levy. Next slide, please. So for our operating budget for 2025, Oro-Medonte's portion is 7.36%, down slightly as LSRCA's went up slightly. Your apportionment percentage went down slightly. It was 7.37% last year, so a big whopping 0.01% decline. So for category 1, we are requesting $237,343. And for category 3, we're asking for $26,559 for a total 2025 operating budget request of $263,902. Next slide, please. So this is for our asset management. So we have an asset management levy similar to a lot of municipalities. Again, it's also broken down between categories 1 and category 3. Oro-Medonte's portion for 2025 for category 1 is $12,956, and our ask for categories 2 and 3 is $2,235. And you can see on there a list of some of the things that need to be completed this year. Next slide, please. So this slide just shows the combination of both our operating and asset ask for a total of $279,093. And I know that the same question's coming, so I just wanted to say, very similarly to CAO Baldwin, we have 18 municipalities, 12 of which are in the county of Simcoe, and then the other 6 are within Grey and Dufferin. So going into that more similar funding model would be really helpful. We also know that you're going to ask probably about 2026 budget. We are hoping next year to be around a 3%. The last 2 years, we've been playing some pretty big catch up from some pretty small increases that we were held to over the last 10 to 15 years. And so we're hoping next year to be around the 3%. I also know at this point that there is no signed MOU with relation to category 3. I do hope that through our presentation today, you were able to see some of the value that we do bring, and that we hope that we are able to continue that conversation with staff and with council about the discussion of a category 3 MOU for 2025.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll open the floor to any members of council who have any questions. I guess it's all up to me today. You know, and I appreciate, because I know all the CAs have been put under the challenge where education got pushed to a category 3. So for those on council who may not be aware of this, so the educational component, whether it's Scanlon Creek or Tiffin, they can no longer be funded through our levies. The province had they have to go out and source those funds elsewhere. So. Which puts on a challenge, because I think the educational component is very important, because it's better to educate than rehabilitate, and it's a lot cheaper in the long run. But those are the challenges we face. Question I had is the slide where you showed for every dollar we spend, what we get back, which is basically a doubling of investment. Is that a static number, or does that fluctuate year to year based on grants or what the province is putting out?
Thank you, and Mayor Greenlaw, that's an excellent question. It is very fluid. It depends on the year. The only thing that actually has remained fairly consistent, with the exception of about 5 years ago when they cut the funding in half, is the provincial grant. So we used to get $188,000. We've been getting that for about 10 years. And about 5 years ago, they cut that in half. Ended up just being slightly less than half because of some adjustments that some other CAs did. And we're sitting around the $97,000 mark. So that one's pretty consistent. We do try to go out and get grants from the province. They don't typically have as many as the federal government does, though. So that's where we get a lot more. So federal and then our other grants are very fluid. User fees have been a little more stagnant in our planning and development. As CAO Baldwin mentioned, our planning fees have been frozen for the last 2 years. We also had done a Watson report. We had done it actually just as Bill 23 had come out, so ours is ready to go. We just haven't moved it forward because of the fees being frozen, and we are aiming to be development paying for development. Unfortunately, we do have some potential significant increases to some of our fees, so it's not something that's going to happen overnight.
Yeah. Okay, no, perfect. Thank you very much. So members of council, is there anything else at this time? Oh, sorry, Councillor Schell.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. And being the council's representative on the NVCA, I'd like to apologize personally for not being in attendance at the Napoleon site that day. I couldn't make it. But on the educational side of it, I was a high school teacher in Barrie for 25 years. 20 of those years I ran the Outward Bound Club. And we used your facilities many times, and they're always top notch. You guys do a great job. Thank you.
No. Thank you for your comments, Councillor. No, I agree. I think all the CAs do a great job, and then the educational component is it can't be emphasized enough, right? It's best to get those understandings into the young minds rather than try and explain it to us when we have problems remembering what we did yesterday. So anyways, thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll speak to you in January.
Thank you.
It's been great pleasure to meet everyone today, and I wish you luck with your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll move on to the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce, please.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, Council, staff. My name is Luke Sedgwick, President of the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce and Tourism, and a chamber member through my business, Glen Oro Ltd.
And I'm Andrew Emmons, a double member of the Chamber of Commerce with Emmons Law Professional Corp. And Climb Right Ventures, and newly appointed Vice President to the Chamber of Commerce and Tourism.
Congratulations.
Next slide, thank you. So just quickly, our mission statement is to foster a thriving local economy by connecting and supporting local businesses, enhancing community engagement, and promoting the proud heritage and exciting future for businesses in Oro-Medonte. Next slide, please. And our vision statement is based on three things: economic vitality, community engagement, and heritage celebration. So within economic vitality, I'll just read it out to you. We envision a community where local businesses thrive, contributing to a robust and resilient economy. Community engagement, we aim to build a connected and engaged community where residents actively support local initiatives and businesses. And then 3, the heritage celebration. We strive to preserve and celebrate the rich heritage of Oro-Medonte, ensuring it remains a vital part of our community's identity and future. Next slide, please. So our relevant strategic plan pillars, there's 2 of them. So one is business development and support. So the objective here is to provide resources and support to help local businesses grow and succeed. And number 2 is community engagement and collaboration. So strengthening the connection between local businesses and the community and stakeholders.
Next slide, please. So membership. We have had significant growth in the past 3 years, from 56 members to over 200. 75% of those members are from Oro-Medonte, and we've had a deliberate focus shift going into 2025 and 2026 to have membership retention by delivering clear and simple value for current members. So essentially, we really want to strengthen our base and make sure our foundation is solid now because we've got such a large membership, and then build up off of that. Next slide, please.
So we want to support the economic development strategic goal number 3, supporting business environment. So that's providing township-based businesses with support and connections to regional resources to start, maintain, and grow their businesses. So one of the things we want to do is implement a communication strategy to share information and opportunities with the business community. That can be done in a number of ways, and we've been working on that. Maintain and enhance the township's partnership with local and regional business development organizations, and then also create a resource for businesses to support tourism and its growth in Oro-Medonte. So really a focus on strategic partnerships with the township.
Next slide, please. Our activities and services this past year, business after 6 events. We had 4 events to date. They focus on networking and education, so going to different businesses, seeing what they do, meeting other business owners. It's just a great opportunity as we're all spread out through Oro-Medonte to come together and get to have focal points. We hosted the Business Awards Gala, had over 150 attendees, and again, networking and community fostering is one of the key pillars for us, and just recognition of all the excellent businesses we have going on in the township right now and new businesses coming in. This past year, the Oro-Medonte Chamber of Commerce and Tourism took over the Images Studio Tour, which is an event that's been run for 40 years. So now we're doing the administration on that. And, there was some learning curves, but ultimately it was a big success, and we're really excited for 2025. But the community engagement was great. There was ads going from the GTA all the way through, kind of promoting tourism, not only to the different art studios, but to local businesses in the area, hotels, restaurants, all that kind of thing. We've got a benefits plan that's kind of it supports and helps business growth, but for businesses that might have smaller groups that aren't able to get preferred rates in terms of benefits for their staff, we have a benefits group that we work with, which is able to provide that for them. The Business and Community Directory is over 112 pages and promotes local businesses. And then our farmers market every Thursday in July and August. It's been a big draw right out recently by Highway 11, Chapels Farms, and just getting people into the community. And we actually hold it on a separate day from other local farmers markets, just so that it's not really about competition. It's just about actually those businesses that are able to go to those farmers market can then maximize their sales by doing so. Next slide, please. 2025 and 2026 activities and services. So the Chamber will work closely with partners like the Township of Oro-Medonte and other chambers of commerce, both local and Ontario and Canada, to enhance the overall value to both members and the community. New initiatives include the delivery of 3 to 5 workshops that directly benefit the business community, newsletter development quarterly, and increased visibility opportunities for the Chamber members and affiliates through a defined social media and alternative media plan. We're hoping to expand to 2 employees, including our executive director, by the end of year 2 or 3. And by 2 or 3, I mean 2025, 2026. The Chamber will continue to build on the success of the following. Our BA6s are always popular. We live in a really cool area, spread out, very diverse, and getting to see those local businesses is great. So this coming year and the next year, we're hoping to have 6 to 8 events. Our Business Awards Gala, again, the Images Studio Tour, I think we can keep building on that in the years to come, and our member benefits plan. Next slide, please. Okay, challenges and opportunities. So just for the sake of transparency, the Chamber is currently facing some challenges. One of those, we've had high turnover of board members in the last couple of years. ONCA compliance. So recently, as a nonprofit in our category, we had to revamp our bylaws as well as a bunch of other things to become ONCA compliant. Our executive director, who is currently our only staff member, is on leave at the moment. We don't have a physical space. So since COVID, we haven't actually had a proper office space for to operate from, where all the board members are volunteers. And yeah, just the onboarding of board members. Based with the high turnover of board and whatnot, we haven't really had that continuity where we've been in a position to actually pull together, and have like the proper nominating committees and whatnot. That's something that we're very aware of now with our ONCA compliancy. So we're moving forward in a direction. I mean, working to become ONCA compliant has actually been a big benefit because it's created opportunities for our current board. So our short-term goals are improved financial reporting, improved communication, updated bylaws, corporate policies, and record management procedures, working more closely with our partners, and then succession planning so that the same thing doesn't happen with, you know, future boards as we age out and new people come on. We want to just have accessible digital storage of key documents so that it's very easy to continue on and progress rather than just try to figure out. All good. Next slide, please.
So this is pretty straightforward. Our financial contribution request for 2024, 2025, 2026. We're hoping to get the funds released for 2024 of $15,000 and then subsequent years, so 2025 and 2026, both $15,000 each. So thank you very much for the opportunity to address council and staff, and we appreciate your time.
Well, thank you very much, Luke and Andrew. Council, I'll open the floor for any questions at this time. Councillor Hutchison, please.
First of all, through you, Mayor Greenlaw, thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate the simplicity, but the detail at the same time. And I also appreciate how quickly the chamber has grown over the last few years due to some really significant heavy lifting being done. And it's impressive, but like lots of rapid growth businesses, you've hit that tipping point. And that's always a very precarious spot to be in. And your presentation today gives me comfort in that you've got some really solid plans going forward to build that foundation to springboard off of now. So I just want to recognize that. That doesn't come easily. And clearly there's been a lot of hard work going on behind the scenes. So congratulations.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I've always believed in using local businesses, and certainly on my farm, where a local business built my pond, and dug my well, and put a bridge in, and removed a lot of stumps from my farm to field. So that's over a 23-year period. So I certainly believe in using local businesses as much as possible, in addition to other businesses. But I know that you have 200 some odd businesses you've indicated. Are those names in a booklet that we can all access, and especially the public? Where would they pick those up? And I believe that you put out one previously. I think I may have seen that, so where can they access this booklet, if you have one, to use their businesses, the local businesses?
So the online directory, for sure. So that's 112 pages of all the businesses and some highlights on their business. We haven't talked actually about the booklet per se. It's before my time, but I do believe that was done in the past.
Yeah, basically, I mean, I think to some degree we've moved a little bit away from physical pamphlets and booklets, just with environmental, compliance and the importance of not producing waste But yeah, as Andrew said, we have an online directory on the website. So it's relatively easy to search for specifically what type of business you're looking for and then come up with those. And we're constantly trying to improve that service and make it as streamlined as possible. But yeah, it's something that we're pretty proud of, and it was a lot of heavy lifting to get that all together.
I just want to add to that. I think it's really important that going into 2025 and onwards, we're focused on really promoting a lot more businesses. So through social media channels, through our newsletter, through the BA6s as well, but that's more networking focused, is not just, doing posts about, hey, we attended this, and you get to see a bunch of really awesome pictures, and not to say that that's a bad thing, but really focus on sharing new members when they come in, highlighting them, but then also existing members, maybe even milestones and stuff like that, if they've been a member for 5 years, 10 years, so on and so forth. So a lot more communication around our membership. Our big focus right now is member engagement.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchison.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Yeah, and just in the discussion around the business directory, it sounds like you're trying to drive people to your website, which is always really difficult to do. So I'm sure you're also considering what kind of push strategy you can have as far as the directory goes. Like, I just made a note myself because I'd be very interested in having a look at that. If I need to hire locally, that's exactly where I'd go. So thank you.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation, both of you. It's exciting to see the opportunities and the challenges. Just from a business organization perspective, do you have a timeline for the ability to be in compliance with, or at least have bylaws that are in compliance with ONCA, or maybe you already do? And then secondly, I think it would be in the interests of the township, generally speaking, perhaps I should only speak for myself, that those be audited books from time to time. I think you've grown to that size, and that the Act would require it in any event. So if you could address those two matters, please.
Yeah, so I'll address the ONCA portion first, and specifically the bylaws. So we do now have ONCA compliant bylaws in place. They're temporary bylaws or interim bylaws, only because any new bylaws need to get voted in by the membership at the AGM. So we have put those in. They've been voted in by our board, but it doesn't become official until the AGM.
And then on the topic of auditing, because that's always a popular one with everybody, we are actually on the hunt for a CPA right now, but sadly it seems like most of them are going on Christmas vacation early to get ready for the tax season coming up. But yeah, the overall goal is to have a CPA that'd be able to go through a nonprofit's books and be able to do an audit if necessary.
Yep. Supplemental?
Yeah, when is your year end? Because you could shift it.
Calendar year.
At an AGM, you could change your year end so you'd be off that cycle.
Right, that's true. Personally, my business year end is October 31st. But yeah, currently we end at December 31st.
I like that, Luke. But no. Is there any other questions? You know what? I just want to thank you for the presentation. I like the new initiatives you're taking on. I think they're focused back in on the businesses of Oro-Medonte and bringing attention and focus back to what the chamber, I think, is really all about. I also really appreciate your honesty and transparency and understanding that you have potentially some gaps or some challenges, but that's over 50% of the solution, is understanding where and what you need to do to become better at what you hope to obtain, right? So thank you very much for the presentation, and we look forward to working with you again, and we'll be in touch when we get our budget deliberation all figured out and move forward from there. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're at our last presentation, Aurelia Lake Country. Last, but you know, still significant in our hearts, so don't take it the wrong way.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and first and foremost, thank you. Thank you from the board and the staff for your support in 2024. It's been really integral in us operating as an organization and making strides to support our tourism industry. Next slide, please. So I'd just like to begin with our mission. You're all familiar with what we do, but I think it's just important to highlight our mission and our core objectives. Our core objectives are about strengthening partnerships and collaborations, delivering and promoting strategic marketing campaigns, creating and supporting exemplary visitor experiences, and as always, funding, generate new and leverage existing funding. Over the next few minutes, I will showcase how we achieved these objectives with a particular emphasis on items that supported tourism in Oro-Medonte in 2024. Next slide, please. The OLC website is our central digital platform for tourism information. As you can see, we had some modest growth in visitation year over year. Within our website, we host the official Oro-Medonte tourism page, which highlights food and beverage, activities, agritourism, and itineraries. And that URL can be found at Tourism Oro-Medonte, but also explore oromedonte.ca, and there you will see sort of that homepage of the Oro-Medonte tourism page. And you know, we try to keep it very visual and engaging. The website, next slide, please. Within that website, we also feature 123 Oro-Medonte businesses, so we give them a digital presence, no cost to them. We continually update these pages through blogs. Here are a few examples of Oro-Medonte specific blogs, you know, seasonal blogs, summer, and the theme around wellness and our maple syrup industry, just to name a few. Top Oro-Medonte pages, and I've just kind of pulled a few URLs here that have the word Oro-Medonte in it. It doesn't necessarily feature a specific business, which we do as well, but these are just ones that have Oro-Medonte included. And as you can see, winter was the big winner, but there was no winter last year, so let's repeat that one and bring winter back. So as you can see, these web pages get considerable page views and engagement from the consumer. Next slide, please. Social media, we continue to be very active on social media. We have an excellent marketing coordinator that I'll give full credit to have that page updated, you know, usually on a daily basis. Pages updated usually on a daily basis, and that's mostly Facebook and Instagram. We share posts from Oro-Medonte businesses, so their stories are told and shared. And then we have targeted campaigns and boosted posts for blogs, because as you know, on social media, you need to put some money behind your post to achieve that maximum engagement. So here on the right-hand side, you'll just see some examples of different campaigns or posts with a very specific Oro-Medonte focus. Next slide, please. Again, I don't want to get bogged down too much in these numbers, but we do run a number of larger digital campaigns every year, primarily to the GTA and Southwestern Ontario markets. And these are made possible through leveraging through RTO 7, through their partnership program. So we're always looking to take, you know, a piece of our monies and then leverage them where we can to have maximum effect. And just providing some stats here on the effectiveness of these campaigns, and in particular the partner clickout. So what's a partner clickout? A partner clickout is where it actually goes from the consumer landing on our website and going directly to that business. So within these campaigns, we like to highlight specific businesses so the consumer can get to them as fast as possible and then hopefully visit, buy into their product. Next slide, please. Photo and video. So every year we look for gaps within our photo and video collection. And at that point, then we seek to fill those gaps. Again, working often with the township, with RTO 7. This past summer, we did a photo and video shoot in Oro-Medonte of the rail trail, Horseshoe Valley Resort, Carriage Ridge. And then we share these photos with our operators. We know how expensive it is for an individual operator to get high quality photos, but then we also use them for marketing. We also did a video series called It's in Our Nature, and this was supported by Tourism Simcoe County, and it had featured 5 businesses in our region that integrate themselves within the natural surroundings. And 2 of those businesses were in Oro-Medonte. One would be Woodfolk Cider, and the other one was Hardwood Ski and Bike. And then this was part of a larger push on social media to have these videos promoted. Next slide, please. Additional initiatives, we supported the Crankworks event at Horseshoe Resort. We were the primary sponsor of that event. We also launched a new program, and it was called the Event and Festival Marketing Support. We know that a lot of our nonprofits are volunteer driven. They don't always have the resources for marketing. So this was $1,000 of in-kind marketing support. And we just got it off the ground. Throughout the region, we had a lot of takers. And here in Oro-Medonte, we were happy to support the Images studio tour with the campaign leading up to the event itself. And then also working with the township staff, we supported the mini Oro art trees, one of which is located right here as you enter the office, but also throughout the township. Next, please. Tap in the Maple, this is one of our signature programs, and this is to support our maple syrup operators, but also anybody, any of our retailers or our restaurants who provide maple syrup products. And I believe there was 8 or 9 specifically in Oro-Medonte. And this is one of those shoulder season programs in March, early April, where we're really looking for visitors to engage with what we have here. So this is a long-standing program, 0 cost to the operator. Next slide. So looking ahead, our total marketing spend for 2025 is $300,000. Most of that comes from the Aurelia MAT, municipal accommodation tax, a percentage of which can be spent in the townships, so that brings benefit to the township of Oro-Medonte. Winter digital campaigns, we already have some lined up. Now that we know winter's coming, look for those soon. Product development will always work with the township to see how we can collaborate on projects, so we can see new art installations go up or signage wherever we can be helpful. We continue that conversation. And visitor guide, this is our one print publication. 2024 demonstrated the value of it. We couldn't really keep these on the shelves. They were distributed throughout the province, in our hotels, in our businesses. I think we have 1,000 left, so that's great. So we have, we'll get rid of the 2024. We're working on 2025 already. An app for the rail trail. So this is a new project. So we'll have an app available on your phone for the rail trail. They'll talk about its culture, natural history, and other points of interest, businesses kind of nearby. So this is something that a cyclist, a hiker, cross-country skier, snowmobiler can use in the future, just to get to know more about the surroundings. Again, the event and festival marketing support, we know how important this is to our nonprofits and some of our small businesses, so we'll continue that. We'll be accepting applications. And then enhanced focus on food and beverage. We know that the culinary scene has really grown here in the region. You know, you just have to look at what we have here in Oro-Medonte, places like the kitchen. So we're going to kind of roll out a new campaign to promote our, food and beverage businesses. Next slide, please. So just a few words from our business partners. I won't go through them. They're in your package. They're on the screen above, but we really value our relationships with our small businesses and our larger businesses, but we realize that it's often those new businesses that need our support the most. So we do all we can to reach out to them, see how we can help them, and partner with them so they can in turn, grow their customer base and gain that visibility to residents and tourists alike. Because our websites, our social media, they're not just for tourists, but they're also for residents to find out what's happening here and supporting local. Next slide, please. So our budget request for 2025 will remain the same at $22,500, and that will also be the figure for 2026, $22,500, and that's the same as it was in 2024. So no increase. I thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate that. I will ask council if you have any questions to Chris's presentation. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Chris, for that excellent presentation. How do you coordinate with the Tourism Simcoe County group?
Right.
Because the county does promote itself.
Yeah. So we have regular conversations with their staff, whether it's on the fly or in more of a formal setting, and we ensure there's not overlap. So for instance, they're big on cycling product development, for instance, like cycling. So we let them take the lead on that. We might in turn then promote Cycle Simcoe, but we work together to ensure that we're not duplicating sort of the same campaigns as they would. So we complement each other, I'd say, yeah.
Any other questions? See, now one thing I do want to just as a comment, Chris, I appreciate how you work with the chamber and the chamber works with you. I think that's important. You collaborate. That's how we, as a township, likely get our biggest benefit for the buck. I also, you are the key economic drivers of the tourism and awareness of small businesses and large businesses of this township, which is an important pillar within the township's economic. And it's also the driving the awareness, which makes Oro-Medonte such a desired place, not just to live, but to come ski, bike, and hike. So I appreciate the professionalism that the two bodies have had. And I think continuing that relationship and strengthening that relationship will only bring more benefit to our area and our area, our businesses, and the residents. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I've got Councillor Young just thought of something.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo what you said there about we get a bang for our buck sort of thing. And obviously you've got your fingers in a lot of different areas, and as suggested by the mayor, I just want to echo his comments that certainly that we get a lot for what you're asking. Just a comment.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chris, and for your time. So, Madam Clerk, is there a motion to receive all at once?
Sorry?
All at once?
All at once. Moved by Bard, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the 2025-2026 budget presentations as provided by the outside agencies be received and referred to the 2025-2026 budget deliberations.
Okay. We'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried, and I do want to thank all the presenters for your time and that you've put into your budgets, and it's very important to us, and we look forward to getting back to everybody early in 2025. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on to item 9, identification from public of interest. So I'm not sure if anybody is in the gallery that would like an item moved up because they may not be staying for the entire meeting. Seeing no takers, so we'll move to open forum. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone registered to speak during open forum?
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay. I'll then open it up to anybody in the chamber if they would like to speak to open forum on any of the items that are on the agenda. Seeing none, then we'll move to reports of municipal officers for action. CO Benz, would you and Ms. Johnson like to provide a summary of 11A, please? We'll do that and then do the I'm getting an echo, Madam Clerk, sorry.
I will let IT know.
Okay, sorry. If CO Benz would like to start, and then we'll get the motion after the presentation, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to council, I wanted to start just providing some background on why the township undertook this review, and then we'll turn things over to KPMG to provide council a walkthrough of their review. And then I'd ask Ms. Johnson just to complete, round things off with some of the work that's been going on in finance and where the department's going. I'd like to draw your attention to the hyperlink report back in May, and that report really highlighted a broad overview of the scope, depth, and responsibility that our finance department is carried with. And really kind of highlights some of the rapid and complex changes both in the external environment and the internal environment. Deputy raised asset management a couple times. It's a huge component of long-term financial planning, and there are new and ongoing regulations coming out with asset management. There's new reporting requirements for energy management and greenhouse gas emissions. And then internally, challenges and pressures with purchasing and purchasing legislation and how finance supports our operating departments with analytical support. We now have an MSC that we have financial statements that we have to prepare. Overall enterprise risk management and digital transformation are just a few of the items that really highlight the complexity of the work that is in modern finance departments. The report also speaks to a number of pressures and challenges that do require additional support. And I do want to highlight that these challenges aren't isolated to Oro-Medonte. They're being experienced across the sector, but we do have some unique challenges here as a small municipality and a small team that has to address those new requirements. One of the big pressures has been our digital transformation and the implementation of the township's new enterprise resource planning software. And what that is a corporate-wide software with finance being the backbone, but we did have a legacy system that was highly customized. It served all of the township's functions and really acted as that overarching database, and that program is now obsolete. We started the implementation of a new ERP in 2021, and it's had its fair share of challenges, as do all technology programs. But we no longer have one overarching system. There's a number of systems that all need to link to the ERP system and the financial system, things like our building permits, our recreation program software, and our work orders system, just to give you a few examples. And succession and turnover in the department has been an issue and across the sector. I mentioned previously risk management and the focus on procurement, and trying to do all of these things at the same time as standardizing process, developing process, onboarding new staff has been a significant challenge. So that's really kind of the cornerstone of why we engaged KPMG, and I do want to acknowledge council for their support. I think definitely proactive in addressing some of those risks. And I'll turn it over maybe now to Mr. Peaver. I'll introduce Bruce Peaver, who's a partner in the public sector division of KPMG, and Miss Esther Lynn, who's manager of public sector advisory of KPMG, to give council and the community a walkthrough of their review. Bruce, just confirming that you're able to get on.
Hello, Sean.
There you are, Bruce.
Sorry about that. It always happens when we shift from a Teams environment to a Zoom environment. There's always some hiccup. My apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, no apology necessary. Please feel free to go forward with your presentation whenever you're ready, please.
Okay, well, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, my apologies for not being there in person. I managed in the last few days to pick up the family cold, so I'm headquartered in my basement today. So what I'd like to do is walk through our presentation with you, and I'm going to start by talking about the project objectives. So if we could turn the page. So we were engaged by the township to conduct a review of its finance functions. And the specific objectives included A, to assess and provide recommendations on the structure of the finance department, thinking about the current distribution of responsibilities and reporting framework. And we wanted to take into account the experience of other municipalities, best practice, and the direction of the municipal sector in general. You also asked us to identify any gaps in staffing levels and associated skill sets. You asked us to review and recommend the township's finance-related policies and financial planning framework and identify any gaps. And finally, you wish us to provide recommendations to address the implementation issues with the new ERP system. So we started mid-June and we completed our work in October. And if we turn the page, what you can see, we turn the page, is that possible? Are you turning the page? Oh, there we go. You can see the different phases of work. So there's 5 phases of work. The project initiation, which started in June. In July and August, we conducted an assessment of the current state of the finance department. In August and September, we worked on the ERP implementation. And then we finished up the project with an assessment of your finance area and provided some recommendations and pulled it all together into a final report in September and October. So that was the project at a high level. If we turn the page now, what I'm going to do is just walk you through the summary of issues that were raised by council in our work over the past several months. So when we met with council, there was 6 common themes that emerged. 1, council expressed a concern around budgeting and financial management. There is a belief that the budgeting process needed to improve. You wanted to better understand the township's financial health by department, service area, or project. 2, you had concerns around financial control and reporting. Several councillors expressed concerns over the lack of regular financial reporting and the need to ensure greater accuracy of the financial information provided. 3, you were concerned about asset management and long-term financial planning. You gave positive feedback on the township's work with its asset management plan and fleet management program, but you'd like to receive more frequent reporting on the outcomes of your infrastructure investment decisions. Number 4 was risk management, and the greatest risk identified by council was the lack of regular financial reporting from the township staff. Number 5 was the ERP system implementation. So council is aware of the challenges with the implementation of the new ERP system and how it was contributing to the financial reporting challenges. And number 6, finally, the organization in general. Council members acknowledged that the finance department had experienced high turnover, which had resulted in continuity issues, and there was concerns around the silo nature of the work within the township's organizational structure. So those were the 6 key issues that were raised by council when we interviewed them. And if we turn the page, thank you very much. You can see from our work in conducting an assessment of the township's financial position, we generated a summary of key risks. And these key risks involve a regulatory compliance risk, so the inability to complete your annual financial audits and to meet legislative reporting deadlines, budgetary risks, so the lack of readily available variance data, political reputational risk, so the lack of transparency around municipal finances could lead to public distrust, financial controls and operational risks, so the risks associated with day-to-day operations such as errors in financial reporting or data breaches or system failures are not prevented or detected. Business continuity risks, so the lack of documented policies and procedures which will lead to a key person dependency. And finally, the risk of insufficient staffing or training, which leads to staff frustration and a high turnover. So I should mention at this point, Mr. Mayor and Council, that these risks which we identified in our assessment of the township's financial department are found in many peer organizations across the province. These are common issues, common risks that municipalities are facing these days because of the increased government regulation and the lack of fully trained staff to address the requirements of a municipality's finance operations. If we turn the page, when we were working with the township and the finance staff, one of the big elephants in the room was the township's ERP project. And so we were asked to take a deeper dive into this specific project. And there's 3 key findings. The first one was that the ERP project authority and responsibilities were not clear. The ERP implementation steps were not fully planned or executed. And finally, the ERP vendor communication and support was not consistent or timely. So this, again, this is common with municipalities when they go to implement an ERP system. What makes it much more difficult for a municipality such as Oro-Medonte is that you don't have the depth or the capacity to quickly recover if these issues emerge in the implementation of an ERP system. If we turn the page again. So we're also asked to take a look at what other municipalities were doing with respect to the staffing of finance departments. So we looked at 3 other municipalities, the city of Owen Sound, the town of Grimsby, and the town of New Tecumseh. And they ranged in size from being slightly smaller than the township of Oro-Medonte to approximately twice the size, which was the town of New Tecumseh. And you can see that the township of Oro-Medonte had a smaller finance staff compared to the towns of Grimsby and New Tecumseh. With respect to the city of Owen Sound, you had a slightly larger staffing complement for the finance area. If we turn the page again. Now, I'm going to take you into a summary of our recommendations. So we have 6 recommendations. The first one was to refresh the finance department's organizational structure. So we suggest you update your job descriptions and clarify responsibilities and expectations amongst the various finance positions. We also suggest you hire the recommended new positions, which we will discuss in a moment. And finally, we suggest that you adjust the finance structure to 2 teams to ensure greater segregation of duties. Second recommendation was to refine your financial processes and workflows. So apply a Lean Sigma approach to streamline financial processes and workflows, and to also document your operating procedures to promote consistent and accurate processing of financial data. The third recommendation revolved around staff skill sets. So we're recommending that you provide staff training on system functionalities, workflows, and operating procedures, and you give staff reoccurring performance feedback and evaluations. The fourth group of recommendations concern IT governance. So we suggest that you contract an ERP project manager to get the ERP project across the line. You establish an IT governance oversight group. You appoint the internal ERP project working group, and you validate and deliver on the ERP project implementation steps that are contained within our report. Number 5, we're suggesting that you establish a long-term financial plan. So adopt the financial principles document, which again we'll talk about in a minute, to guide financial decision-making. Formalize debt management, reserves, investment, capital financing, and procurement policies. C, develop a long-term financial plan. Quantify and incorporate your resource needs from the asset management plan and other business and master plans. And finally, model the long-term financial plan. So you can create a financial model to assess assumptions and evaluate financial performance. And then finally, number 6 is streamline customer service. So review and streamline the township's customer service model as part of the service delivery for the finance area. So that's a summary of our recommendations. With respect specifically to the ERP, as I mentioned, in a much more detailed way, this slide suggests that you contract a project manager, right? And we believe that should be a contract that lasts between 3 to 5 months. That will move the management of the ERP project off the side of someone's desk to being the full-time project for a contract employee. Number 2, establish a governance oversight group, right? And that would include your CIO, your CFO, and your IT manager. Appoint a project working group and review your prior ERP project plans and project steps to understand the current state of your GL implementation. And number 4, redevelop your project plan in accordance with the IT master plan and with your IT architecture principles, right, that are both technical and operational. So those are the key steps in the ERP roadmap. And if we turn, thank you again, we turn the page and we're going to talk about the organizational structure. So when we looked at the organizational for the structure for the finance area, we modeled a potential structure based upon the idea that the revenue and the expenditure, or excuse me, the revenue and the reporting processes of the municipality should be distinct and segregated. So we're suggesting that you have a manager of revenue that would be responsible for all the revenue side of the finance area. So that'd be your taxes and your utilities and your accounts receivable, and that you have on the other side a deputy treasurer that would be responsible for reporting, financial reporting, asset management, procurement and risk, and your accounts payable. This would mean an increase of 3 positions within the finance area. One would be the manager of revenue, and then there would be 2 financial analysts, one in the budget and one in accounts receivable. Okay. And if we turn the page again, and this is the last slide, Mr. Mayor and Council, but I think it's the most important slide for Council, because this is where Council can have the greatest impact on the financial health and the financial sustainability of the municipality. So we strongly believe in Council adopting financial principles and policies that will guide the decision-making around finances for the municipality. And this is really important because it communicates to staff what the expectations are with respect to financial control and financial reporting in the municipality. So it's very difficult for it's very difficult for staff to prepare a budget if they don't understand the guidelines that council wishes to follow. And these financial policies lay out the guidelines for staff to follow. And we strongly recommend that council review the financial principles and policies that are contained within our report. Feel free to edit them as you see fit for the township, but that you, over a period of time, adopt them for the township of Oro-Medonte. So, Mr. Mayor, that is the close of our presentation. Again, it's been a pleasure to work with the staff of Oro-Medonte. They've been very supportive, and it's been a tough go as they've worked through various financial issues at the municipality, but my team and I strongly believe that the township's coming out the other end in a much stronger position, and you're well underway to having a sustainable, well-structured, and transparent financial department. Please take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peevers, for the very good presentation and complete. I'll open the floor up at this time after CAO Ben speaks.
Sorry, Mayor Greenlight. I think maybe if I could turn it over to Ms. Johnson just to walk through a couple of the recommendations in her report, and then the team can take whatever questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnson?
Hi. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and members of the public. During our CAO's update and Mr. Peevers' presentation, several key challenges in the finance department were identified, including gaps in staffing and retention, issues with financial systems, and increasing demands in areas such as asset management and our financial reporting. To address these challenges, staff are recommending a revised structure for the department that aligns with KPMG's recommendations and supports the township's needs with a specialized focus in our revenue streams and risk management, and procurement risk management as well. The new revised structure includes two new permanent roles, consistent with KPMG's recommendation for 3 new roles, and a reorganization and conversion of 2 existing positions in the department. This new structure is illustrated in Table 1 of the staff report. The first new addition is to add a supervisor, accounting, and risk management, which will focus on improving accounting practices, new development securities, and managing procurement risk. A second new position, financial analyst, will also be added to support departmental needs, such as financial reporting and analysis. The reorganization of the existing permanent tax and revenue analyst role into a supervisor of taxation and revenue position, which will enhance oversight and efficiency of revenue streams without adding an entirely new permanent role. Lastly, the existing contract asset management analyst role will be converted into a permanent position to prioritize capital asset management and meet legislative requirements. Together, these updates will balance workloads, improve accountability, and ensure continuity in leadership. When combined with the improvements to the financial systems and processes, this new structure will enable the finance department to address the growing needs of the community and meet the legislative requirements. The estimated cost of these changes is $285,000 phased into the 2025-26 budget. This represents a strategic investment to modernizing financial services and ensuring long-term sustainability. We respectfully request Council's approval to move forward with these recommendations. The staff report also outlines key deliverables and timelines for implementing KPMG's financial review recommendations, and I'm pleased to share with Council that significant progress has already been made on several tasks. An ERP manager has been hired now and is actively addressing system issues, improving functionality, and supporting departmental operations and training. The 2023 audit is on schedule with resources allocated to ensure its timely completion and resolution of findings. The preparations for the 25-26 budget are well underway, with the capital budget incorporating asset management, schedules, matrices, and methodologies. A budget overview will be presented to Council on December 11th at its meeting, and staff reorganization efforts are ongoing, with job descriptions reviewed and roles adjusted to align and updated structures. And lastly, progress is advancing toward compliance with asset management legislation by June 30th, 2025, including the development of a comprehensive plan for all municipal infrastructure assets. These completed and ongoing efforts reflect a proactive and strategic approach to addressing the challenges we face. Combined with the planned staffing and the system improvements, these actions will allow the finance department to meet its responsibilities, improve service delivery, and secure the township's financial future. And thank you for your support, Council, and the senior management team and CAO BINS for supporting the structure and recommendations of KPMG's review, and we welcome Council's questions and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. You know what, I would like to also thank Mr. Binns, yourself and your team for all the great work you've done in such a short period of time. This is this is something that didn't fall out of the sky, but you know, we've identified the issues with the help of KPMG, and that's a huge component of implementing the tools that we need to in order to get to compliance and work in a much more efficient manner. You are the eyes, unfortunately, like whether you like it or not, the finance is without it and the money that we need to fulfill the needs of our constituents, we're flying blind. So I appreciate all the work that you've done. And saying that, and I apologize for talking too much, but I will open the floor for questions to Mr. Peevers or CO Binns or Ms. Johnson. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. More of a comment than a question. I just have to say, once again, this is the second KPMG review we've had on a department within our term, and the leadership we're seeing demonstrated here on acting on the recommendations of the report is impressive, just as we did see in the previous department, being the fire department, and the leadership there taking on the challenge that is, you know, the culmination of many years. This, as the mayor said, this isn't something that just dropped out of the sky. This has been an ongoing and long-standing issue that needed to be evolved and resolved. And I just want to say how impressed I am so far, not just with the communication that I've been getting from Finance Department personally on questions that I'm asking, but we can see very clearly that there is a path forward, and we're gonna get this right. So thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peaver, for your report and for KPMG's excellent work. Thank you to staff for recognizing this problem and coming forward with an excellent report to augment the KPMG report and bring us forward. I think there was a certain amount of uncomfortableness among some of us on council with regard to the financial reporting functions and what we were accustomed to in our corporate pasts. And your ability to put this together and bring it to us on this timeline is very, very much appreciated. I also want to point out, very impressed to see and pleased to see that you've managed to ensure that you've engaged the staff in this so that there is buy-in. We know that we will have commitment from staff to move this process forward, and with that, we know and hope that the issues involved around turnover will be remedied. That's crucially important. Embedding these procedures and policies in writing is essential. We cannot be an organization that relies on the knowledge of one or two people. So that's very important. I'm, being long time involved in management systems, and this is crucial. Organizations don't survive on the knowledge of one or two people. So once again, thank you. I feel more comfortable in my role because of this.
Thank you for your comments, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I just want to echo my colleagues' comments for the most part and say, this is the first step in one of our strategic objectives, which is strengthening organizational capacity. Finance is obviously near and dear to my heart with that background that I have, but I know that we're taking steps now to get us to a better place. There's still going to be a lot of heavy lifting to do, and this is just the beginning. So I really appreciate the initiative that yourself, Ms. Johnson and Mr. Binns, who have taken so far. And I look forward to a seamless and smooth budget process going forward.
Any further questions or comments from members of council? Accolades. Well, you know what? I think truly, Mr. Peevers, KPMG, my apologies. uh, your reports have been very fruitful for this council. Sometimes, it's the hard things we learn and hear that will allow us to implement solutions moving forward to become better equipped to deal with the challenges ahead, because believe me, we will have challenges ahead with how things are being downloaded to municipalities. So we have to be on top of our game and strategic on how we move forward. So thank you very much for your report and time, and look forward to working with you again, but hopefully not too often, because we're trying to manage our budget. I say that tongue in cheek. So
Well, Mr. Mayor and Council, it's been a pleasure working with the township, and I'd be pleased to take any questions that may arise on the project or on the report that you may have, or if you seek any further assistance, please feel free to call me directly. And first call is free, Mr. Mayor.
Touche.
There you go. No, don't worry about the charge.
No. In your, we've had a great relationship with your company, and it's been a pleasure working with you and all the team at KPMG.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, do we have a motion to receive and to approve the report, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Shall. Be it resolved that FI 2024-15, Shannon Johnson, Director of Finance, Chief Financial Officer, and Sean Binns, Chief Administrative Officer, Financial Services Review, Update, and Recommendations be received and adopted. That Council approve the Financial Services Review recommendations as outlined in FI 2024-15 in collaboration with the KPMG Township of Oro-Medonte report on the Financial Services Review. That Council approve the recommended departmental structure as outlined in FI 2024-15, including the addition of 2 new staff complement, the reorganization of existing staff roles, and the conversion of a contract staff role in a permanent position. That staff be authorized to proceed with the implementation of the recommended staff changes, and that they be incorporated into the 2025-2026 budget.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Are there any comments in respect to the draft motion by members of council? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that is passed and carried. Madam Clerk, I just want to ask, because I see Mr. Ewert's in chamber. So do we want to move to that presentation now, or because I know Mr. Ewert has travel time after the meeting?
If I could just have a moment.
Yeah. Actually, if you, I got to get permission first.
And Mr. Mayor, if we could just have a moment with council to
Could
get
we?
a quick picture.
Yeah. Well, can we recess for 5 to 10 minutes just for a quick break and whatever else needs to be done? Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we will have Mr. Ewert. Mr. Mayor, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Everyone watching at home, we're going to jump forward to 16A, communications petitions, and welcome Mr. John Ewart to come forward to the podium to give a report. Mr. Ewart, welcome to Oro-Medonte and the council chamber, and please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Worship, and good afternoon or good evening to you in council.
I apologize, and I hate to interrupt us. Can you, just because this is being live streamed? Yeah, perfect. Just so that you're into the mic. Thank you.
Well, once again, I'll say good evening. I guess good afternoon. We're still 4 minutes into the noon. Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Council, for having me this evening. The purpose of attending before your Council, your Worship, is on behalf of my role as Integrity Commissioner for the Township of Oro-Medonte. My specific authority this evening, however, is derived from Section 223.6, brackets 1 of the Municipal Act. And what that section allows for, your Worship, is for me to present to Council what's referred to as a periodic report. And I think in doing so, I think it's important to identify to Council what I've been doing over the past, if you will, 9 months or at the better part of this year. I can advise your Council, your Worship, that I currently, and this relates to complaints forwarded to my office as it relates to Integrity Commissioner, I currently have 5 matters on the go with your municipality. I will be reporting 2 of those in December of 2024, and the balance will be in the new year. And because 223.6 limits my ability to speak to the matter specifically without the production of a formal report, my comments have to be very general in nature, and specifically I have to respect the confidentiality that's required of my office in conducting inquiries. But I just wanted to, I think, because I've not seen your Council in a while, which is, I'm going to say that's a good thing, your Worship, just to sort of restate what my role is as I see. Sometimes, based on the complaints I receive, and I'm not speaking generally to Oro-Medonte, but generally complaints my office does receive, sometimes it seems to be forgotten what my job is on behalf of the municipality. It's appointed by statutory delegation to perform what I'm going to suggest is a third-party unbiased investigation into any alleged contravention of the Code of Conduct. And in doing so, I have a strict requirement to act impartial and unbiased to any complaint received. I'm not here on behalf of any member of council or the municipality per se. I'm more guided by and governed by your code of conduct that you've generated yourself, you council, and of course the provisions of the Municipal Act as relevant, and of course the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act if dealing with the municipal conflict of interest situation. I can advise with respect to the ongoing reports I am not dealing with any MCIA complaints. So I can say that much to you. It's all code of conduct allegations or breach thereof. And again, I think it bears repeating, your Worship, that when I conduct these investigations, I am obligated to maintain the integrity and the confidentiality of the process to the full extent possible. And I have to follow a procedure which, in my view, has to be fair, unbiased, and fair to all parties involved. And that includes not only the conduct of the interview, but my review, if you will, of the information being provided to me. And again, as I say as a general statement, I'm quick to weed out, or at least I try to weed out, anything that appears not to be for the purpose of which it's being put forward to. That is allegations of code of conduct. But once an inquiry is undertaken, I am obligated to weigh the evidence, the standard, to that of a balance of probabilities. I have to look at it, which, say, the balance of probabilities, it's not beyond reasonable doubt. It's essentially the civil standard of evidence, which is 50-50. And oftentimes I'm reached, or I come to a situation where I have to reach what is often an inconclusive decision. And that's unfortunate, but that's the standard of the evidence that's produced. It's not my job to go beyond the evidence produced. It's not my role to engage into further inquiry based on the quality of the evidence that's being put to me. I have to weigh it for what it is, and I take it at face value. Obviously, that sometimes requires me going beyond just simply the evidence presented by either the complainant or the respondent. And what I mean by that, Your Worship, sometimes I have to determine if there's further witnesses that need to be interviewed. And I can indicate to council that's been the situation I've been met with in the past 9 months here with some of the reports or some of the complaints I've received. Now, I have received some recent complaints, and they're included in the 5 that I've indicated, and I will be looking at those shortly. But with respect to those received earlier in this year, as I indicated, Your Worship, I plan to be back here with a report in December for Council's consideration. But at the end of the day, it's my determination as to what interviews are required, and I do expect full cooperation from those that I contact. And I can say to date, cooperation has been forthcoming, and I say as a general statement, and thankfully I've never had to issue a summons, which is within my power to do so, to compel anyone to speak to me. But I do encourage, I think, both those members of the public who file a complaint, as well as any member of council, local board, or committee who I'm speaking to be responsive to any concerns I have, because their role, your role, council's role is very important in my determination and in the fact gathering, because it's only based on the facts that I can make a decision and make a ruling. And I'm not insensitive to the fact that the code of conduct is basically the document that governs the conduct of council, local boards, and committees. It's your bylaw after all. You've set the rules and you've undertaken to abide by it. So when I do find that there has been a breach of code of conduct, I take that with great magnitude and concern in any finding that I arrive at. Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I think as council's fully aware, that's not my determination ultimately. That is that of a Superior Court justice, but it is my determination if an MCI issue is at stake as to whether or not I bring an application to the court, and that's my decision solely, and not beyond that. Unfortunately, beyond that, it's scope of council, but maybe fortunately, because it does serve to preserve the unbiased aspect of my role and my findings in proceeding with any matter. So what I gained this evening, I wanted to come and address council. It's been a while since I've seen you, and I say that's either a good or bad thing, depending how you look at it, but certainly to bring you this periodic report, because I think it's important. I've had inquiries by members of the public as to the status of certain investigations, and I can indicate to you that they'll be forthcoming in December. So with that having said, Your Worship, I'm open to any questions that you may have or council may have in terms of my role and what I've essentially been doing in the year 2024. And as I'm sure council's aware, I'm required to provide a report on all activity undertaken in 2024, not only those that resulted in a report, but any inquiries that I've received that have either been dismissed summarily or concluded in the 2024 calendar year, and that'll be forthcoming early 2025. So with that having said, Your Worship, I'm here to answer any questions council may have and hopefully provide any information that's required with respect to the 2024 inquiries, as 2024 is quickly coming to an end. Here we are, November 27, hard to believe.
So members of council, any questions? Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yes, and thank you very much, Commissioner Ewert, for coming here today. I think my only question would have to do with workload and ability to sort of stay with the pace, as it were. Justice delayed, I think, sometimes is viewed as, and I don't realize this is quasi-judicial, but is sometimes regarded as justice not had. But in any case, if you might comment on that for us, please. Thank you.
Yeah, certainly, and through you, Your Worship. That's obviously a concern. I perform the role of IC for a large number of municipalities, as well as maintaining a separate municipal practice. So that does stretch me thin and my office thin at times. I do have competent staff that are assisting in these matters. But if it's any indication as to perhaps my own recognition of having perhaps being more timely on the reports. I think I am, but I've undertaken in the year 2025 to cut back 25% on any IC work. I think it serves to properly service those municipalities that perhaps need more attention than others. I'm not saying that's Oro-Medonte, but rather those who I do speak to more often. So with that in mind, and the recognition that one can only do so much, and there's only so many hours in the day, I have personally undertaken on behalf of not only myself, my office, my staff, but to reduce my own workload, at least in the area of integrity commissioner for various municipalities. And I think that's a change, or rather a decision, which is for the benefit of everybody that I serve. And of course, at the end of the day, my objective is to provide proper and competent service to those municipalities I represent.
Thank you. Council members, any other questions? So I'm taking from what there'll be 3 reports coming back potentially in 2025, early 2025, or sometime in the first quarter. There'll be 2 reports come back before the conclusion of this year.
That is correct, Your Worship. And the ones that are coming, well, I can't really identify them, but they're the ones that are received earlier this year. I'm going to leave it at that. The ones that I plan to conclude in 2025 were received in September and November of this year. So this month and one in September.
Okay. No, perfect. Any other questions from members? Seeing none, then Madam Clerk, do we have a motion to receive the report, or I don't know, it's a midterm report? I don't know how you phrase that. But
periodic report, Your Worship.
Periodic report.
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the periodic verbal report presented by John Heward O'Dwyer, Integrity Commissioner, be received.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Mr. Ewart, thank you very much for taking time out of your very busy schedule to visit us in beautiful Oro-Medonte and have a safe drive back.
Thank you, Worship. It's always a pleasure being here, and I thank you, and I thank staff for having me this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Madam Clerk, let's go back to reports of municipal officers for action. 11B. May we have a motion for 11B, please?
Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that CS 2024-25, Sam Flowers, Website Information Coordinator, Community Engagement Policy and Platform, be received and adopted. That draft POL ADM 25 be adopted as presented, and that Social Pinpoint be the selected platform provider for the Township's Community Engagement Platform initiative in accordance with Section 9 of the Purchasing and Tendering Procedures Bylaw number 2004-112 for a total annual cost of $12,000 plus HST. That staff be authorized to execute the necessary contract, and that staff proceed with implementation and communication as outlined.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And I think what I would appreciate at this time is if Mr. Flowers could speak to the matter. And would you like to introduce Mr. Flowers, Mr. Binns?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I'd like to maybe just break this down into 2 parts as outlined in the report. And I'll maybe just preface the engagement piece and turn it over to Mr. Flowers to walk through the social pinpoint tool. As Council's aware, community engagement is a component of Council's 2024 to 2027 strategic plan, and extremely important in the work that we do as local government. We know that good engagement enhances decision-making, the outcomes of our programs and projects. It opens up opportunities for partnerships with our community and stakeholders. and most of all increases the public trust and confidence in local government. And I would like to recognize on the topic of engagement, Mr. Flowers for taking the initiative and the lead and pulling this together and really having a look at best practice across the sector in terms of what municipalities have done to really embed engagement programs across their organizations. And that's really what the policy and its associated guidelines do is to provide a framework, and a framework that enables us to think at the onset about who the stakeholders are, what the potential implications of a program or project is, recognizing that it doesn't follow engagement, doesn't follow a linear path, but trying to understand how we engage, how we'll inform, at what level, and truly thinking about the implications and the objectives of what we're trying to do through our programs and projects in a proactive way. And a good example would be something as simple as a construction notice for a ditching project, for example, right? And a hang tag being placed on a door to say, hey, this is what we're doing. This is going to be the impact. You may not be able to get out of your driveway in the morning. Failing to do that creates a whole pile of issues with trust and confidence. So it's really kind of about getting ahead of it and really embedding that kind of thinking in our culture and in what we do. Really the policy and guidelines reflect an international association for public participation. So this is a standard in terms of best practice that's reflected in the draft policy documentation. So I just wanted to preface with that. I think the policy and the associated guidelines are pretty straightforward. It is a dynamic path, and we may look to inform the broader community depending the context of something, and engage a different subset of the community based on the level of impact of what may be contemplated. So it does recognize that dynamic nature, and subject to council's approval, we would look to roll out implementation immediately and full rollout into 2025, recognizing system requirements, staff training, and perhaps some changes to our internal systems and how we report on this in our staff reports as an example. So that's a little bit about the proposed policy, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Flowers. And I think Mr. Flowers intended to share his screen and give council in the community a bit of a sense of what the enhancements to our communication tools would look like.
All right, well, thank you very much, CAO Binns, and through you to Mayor Greenlaw. I just wanted to give a brief overview of what a social pinpoint platform could look like based on what the city of Kawartha Lakes has done with theirs. I just also, before I jump right into what Kawartha Lakes looks like, I just wanted to touch on a few pieces. So as far as navigating to the platform itself, it would be very similar to what we've done with third-party websites, where there would be a link leading to the engagement platform, and we would also share that link on all of our social media as well to just get that news out there that the platform itself is ready to go. As far as the web page builds, the project pages, Social Pinpoint was unique in the fact that you could manipulate and build the page itself using the modules in a very specific way. You can also, at the same time as that, utilize project page templates to keep things as a consistent layout throughout the township as far as projects go. One of the cool features about the platform itself is there is a user sign-in feature as well. That would give the opportunity for the public to create user accounts, and through that they would be able to subscribe to specific project pages and receive notifications when the project has received an update or the project is moving along. Another piece is this search engine optimization. As far as projects go, I know that it's sometimes difficult to find that information on the website just based on the fact that the website contains a lot of information. And the optimization on Social Pinpoint's platform would be very beneficial for the public to utilize it by categorizing the projects, as well as you can search the project by location. So an example of that would be, say you have a project in Moonstone, and you're simply interested in just finding the projects that are located in Moonstone. You could search it just by location, and it would pull up all of the projects associated with that location. If they were looking to just search overall, they can just simply type into the search engine, and it would navigate to that as well. The benefit of having the project, the page itself, it would have all the projects laid out on the landing page as well, and from there they'd be able to scroll down, and it would have the boxes that would contain all project pages. Another key piece that I'd want to touch on as well is the advanced survey and informative tools. One of the cool features that I noticed on Social Pinpoint was they used a social mapping tool, which I'll touch on later on in this presentation. It's rather brief, so it won't be long. But it's one of those tools that you can use to drop pins onto the map, similar to a Google map, but you'd be able to drop a pin on it in a specific location and leave a comment if so you please. Jumping on down. So I'm assuming if you know Kawartha Lakes, it's a fitting name. It's a beautiful place as well. There's plenty of lakes to jump into, so that's the name they've gone with for their engagement platform. Mind you, there is that freedom to name it. A lot of municipalities and townships go simply along the lines of engage Oro-Medonte or something along those lines, but we haven't quite decided that yet, and that's going to be something that we're going to look to do in the implementation phase. And for example, as mentioned before, there's that search engine tool that can show you just the locations, the projects happening in certain locations, as well as by certain categories, and as well as the search function. So if you were to jump into a project page, for example, Omimi Beach Park, this is what you would come to. And so just to highlight a couple of the tools, you have a quick project overview, which would just basically break down what the project is about, what the purpose is. To the right of that, you have the Who's Listening section, which would basically be where you would have the project lead or project manager's name and contact information. So if the public were interested in learning some more information about the project, they'd know who to get in touch with. Below the project overview section, there is a place for an image gallery, which is very standard, but it can also provide plenty of information. You can create a gallery and have information as far as concepts, diagrams, or projections in that section for the user's viewing pleasure. Underneath the Who's Listening tab, there is the quick polling section, and that's one of those tools that I thought was very interesting as far as user engagement, because it's something that grabs their attention right away. And I think from a user retention perspective, that would definitely help with interaction and keeping people interested in the page itself. Below that is the key dates and timeline. Those are two separate tools, but they coexist in some instances. The key dates would be fantastic for highlighting certain meeting dates for projects happening within the township, and the user would be able to know when those things are happening, and they can stay up to date and informed on that type of meeting. The timeline itself is fantastic as far as keeping the user updated on how the project is doing, where it is, what the plan is moving forward. And say there was a change in the timeline, the user would be notified of that as well through the notification system of the platform itself. And similar to the website, there is a document center, which is where you would have all of the documents associated with the project linked, and they would simply click it and it would open the document. Very similar to what the website does, but the tools of the platform itself are very beneficial as far as community engagement. Jumping on to the next piece, I'm just gonna have a sip of water. There's a few other tools for open forum discussion, which are very interactive. They can be. As far as a Q&A goes, there's an opportunity for the project lead or project manager to create the questions and answers themselves and simply put them on the page. But if you're looking to collaborate with the community more on something along those lines, the community member could comment if they were signed up and had the user account. They could comment a question, and that would be left up to the project lead or project manager to take a look at that and answer it to the best of their ability. One of the fantastic pieces of that is that it also allows for the community to upvote these comments. So if it is something that many community members are feeling like they need the answer to, the upvotes would be visible to the project lead, and they'd know which ones to answer as quickly as possible for the community to be satisfied on that. As a discussion board is similar to a comment section, so it's you basically would ask a question or provide a comment or concern on that project page, and it's similar to the Q&A where the project lead or project manager would be able to reply to that and answer it to the best of their ability. And as mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, there's the social mapping tool, which is pictured at the bottom right. I know it's fairly small, so I apologize for that, but I tried to fit all three on the same slide. But that is an example of where you would be able to drop a pin and show exactly where you may have a concern or a comment, or say you're interested in sharing a certain aspect of the rail trail and you wanted to leave a comment saying, wow, beautiful place. Here's my comment on that, and from there the project lead could take a look at that and share it throughout their department. With all that being said, that's it for me on the presentation, but if there's any questions, more than happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flowers. That was a great presentation. People are throwing their cards around up here, ready to ask questions, so everyone's jumping at the gun. Councillor Hutchison, then Deputy Mayor Lavoie, and then Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, and thank you for your presentation, Sam. This is cool. Kawartha Lakes looks like it was sort of your pilot or your inspiration for this. How long, so it's a two-part question. How long have they had the program, and do you know what kind of uptake they've received on it?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Councillor Hutchison. I don't know the exact amount of time they've had that platform. I'll have to take a look and get back to you on that. If you could please repeat the second part of that question.
I was just wondering what their uptake looked like on it.
Through you, the Mayor, to you, Councillor Hutchison. I know not specifically to Kawartha Lakes, but in our discussions when we were researching the platforms themselves, we did hear about a significant amount of increased participation with the surrounding municipalities. And so to us, as far as community engagement, we thought that with a platform in place, it would just provide an increase, a beneficial increase.
If I could maybe just comment on that as well, I think, and Mr. Flowers did identify the City of Calgary, and the City of Calgary was really the pioneer in establishing a engagement policy, a separate website, and that was in the early 2000s, and it's been really successful, hence its evolution and as a municipal best practice. So again, keep in mind that this is all predicated, coming back to the policy component, on what the objectives of a specific communication strategy would be. So in the case of Kawartha Lakes, it was a park development concept where, it's regular practice to get broad community input, and things like master plans or the budget in this case. So it's scoped, and the tool that Mr. Flowers walked us through, these are the capabilities of the tools, and they can all be used, turned on, turned off, based on whatever the specific objectives are. But if we take something as complex as a municipal budget, and what we heard from the community, even in our engagement this year around the budget processes, they want to know more about it. They don't understand the budget process. They don't understand our service levels. So things like this provide an opportunity for the municipality to better inform the community, and as Mr. Flowers identified, get a bit of a sense of a heat map of what the community is saying. The community can hear from each other. That kind of feeds its own piece. So it's really, it is a best practice. The tools have evolved. It's not a new piece of technology. It's really kind of adopted or has been adopted for many years in a number of the larger municipalities, and that's been part of the research that staff undertook, is how is it the platforms, the policy, and making sure that they're aligned from an overall cultural and organizational perspective.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lavoie, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Flowers, thank you for this. Just, I think very quickly, how is this, is it quite functional on a mobile device?
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Deputy Mayor Lavoie. Yes, the functionality on the mobile device is impressive. As far as it's very similar to what the website platform can do as well, if not slightly better because of the implementation they've taken. So I don't think there would be any concern for mobile compatibility.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Flowers. Two small questions. What does the content moderation look like, and how's that managed? And then I'll ask a separate one because it's not related.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Councillor Clark. The content will be monitored. It's based upon what the department heads decide. It's really dependent on how they think it will impact their decision as well, and whether or not it's a high-level community concern. If the project garners a lot of interest and the director highlights it, then after we've developed a communication plan for that, that's when we'd look at whether or not an engagement project would make sense for that, if that answers your question.
Thank you. I think so. And supplemental, if I may.
Please,
is there any sort of verification process, or is this something that's open to the general public within or outside of Oro-Medonte?
Through you, Mayor Greenlaw, to Councillor Clark. There's a verification process by email, but there would be no way to you can notify, or you can look at an IP address and determine where that IP address is located. Mind you, there are VPNs these days, but this type of platform would be monitored on a daily basis, and so any cause for concern would be caught.
Councillor Bard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Flowers. I don't think it's really a question, but just more of a moving forward. This is going to cost $12,000 a year. It's also going to take staff time. I'm just thinking of more of a house cleaning. Is there a plan to maybe get rid of some of our current systems that we're not, our communication tools that we're not using, to free up some time and sort of replace this with this, so we're not getting clutter, I guess? And I guess you don't really need to answer that now. I'm just thinking to think forward.
Does anyone want to answer that question?
I'll jump in there. I think absolutely there's opportunity if you think about some of the tools like SurveyMonkey and some of those other things that are being administered now. And I think to Councillor Clark's questions around IP verification, I mean, we have those challenges in our existing channels. So we'll moderate as we need to. And again, kind of thinking of the implications and the stakeholders. But in this case, I want to come back to what I said before in terms of the amount of staff time that goes into not doing engagement properly and then having to be reactive after the fact. And I think being proactive will allow us to be more effective, more efficient, and achieve better outcomes and provide council with better information for you to make those informed policy decisions. So, you know, we have to kind of get into it to look at the administration. This isn't going to, like, this level of engagement through the platform isn't going to be there for all projects. I mean, this is going to house information, better house information on some of the higher profile projects. So most of the content will be to inform, but there will be specific projects where we will look to engage. And I think it just enhances how we do that. We're already doing that. That's on not just the communications department, but every operational department does it and does it in different ways. And this will provide some consistency in how they do it and provide a platform where all that information can be housed, be made available. But we will need to review it. We'll need to review, what's in the budget. Like everything, we've brought forward some additional changes and recommendations that we'll look at the entire budget in terms of overall priority and where we need to calibrate and focus.
Supplemental?
Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you, and I like the idea and I'm excited about it. I just don't want to keep stuff around that we don't need is kind of my point, but thank you for the explanation.
I'm just going to go to Ms. Hewitt and then back to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bard, I think I would describe this as a tool, and it's another tool in our communications toolkit. We have been communicating and engaging with our residents for many years, and this is just another tool through which we can do that. So I think to the CAO's comment, it's about looking at the variety of tools we have and determining, based on what our objective is, which is the right tool to use. It may be the website, it may be the engagement platform. So I think as this evolves, we'll get a much better sense of which is the right tool for the right project.
Thank you for that clarity, Ms. Hewitt. Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This may be a silly question, but I'm just trying to envision the use cases for an individual. So if I'm walking down the street, walking the dog, and I notice a street light is out, is that something that I could take a picture of and pin it to the location and say, hey, the street light is out? Is that a capability in here? And if so, who's going to monitor that?
It's probably a capability, but it's definitely not something that we're looking at getting into. I mean, that's a whole separate system. Yeah, this is really the intent of this tool. It would be used for major projects or programs where we're looking for broad input across the community.
Okay. Thank you for that make work project, Councillor Clark. But anyways, no. Any further questions at this time? Mr. Flowers, thank you very much. That was, I look forward to this. This is a great initiative, and I think it will really help the communications department and where we need to go in this information highway that we've entered into, which is not going to go away. So, anyways, okay. So, Madam Clerk, can we have the motion for this? Or you've already given it to us. You're so efficient. Council, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. And may we now have a motion for 11C, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that OCS 2024-32, Ros Llewellyn, Manager, Community Services, Huronia Nurse Practitioner-led clinic expansion and updated lease agreement be received and adopted. That the Director of Operations Community Services be authorized to amend the existing lease agreement with the Huronia Nurse Practitioner-led clinic, HNPLC, to include the building's remaining 745 square feet space for the same 5-year term commencing on September 1st, 2024 and ending on February 28, 2029, and that payments for the additional space are retroactive to the start of September 2024. That Council authorizes staff to proceed with the proposed renovation of the 745 square foot space and approve the front loading of the construction costs not to exceed $75,000, which will be repaid by the Huronia Nurse Practitioner-led clinic prior to the end of the term of the lease, February 28, 2029. That the CAO be authorized to execute the appropriate capital leasehold improvement and repayment agreement, and that the Huronia Nurse Practitioner-led clinic be advised of Council's decision under the Director, Operations and Community Services signature.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Council, the floor is open for discussion or any comments or questions. Ms. Llewellyn, I know I don't know if there's any comments you would like to make, but I think the motion is very self-explanatory and lays it out quite clearly. Well, you've said nothing, Ms. Llewellyn, so that speaks volumes. Thank you. I'll call the vote. Council, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. May we have a motion for item 11D, please?
Moved by Bard, seconded by Hutchison. Be it resolved that OCS 2024-33, Justin Matris, Manager of Infrastructure and Capital Projects, re-award of tender OCS RFT 24026 Hawkstone Wharf Improvements be received and adopted. That tender OCS RFT 2426 Hawkstone Wharf Improvements be awarded to TNC Construction Welding Inc. in the amount of $174,253 plus HST, and that the Director of Operations and Community Services be authorized to execute the appropriate agreements on behalf of the township.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Very, very positive news that it came in well under what we anticipated, so that's great news. Members of council, is there any comments? Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to, I'm not sure if it's Justin who's can answer it. Yes, I think it's fantastic that the quote has come in significantly under what's been budgeted, but I do have a question as to why there would be such a distinction between the winning bid and the other two bids, because there's a significant difference in the amount. So I'd love to have that explained.
Mr. Binns, I don't know if Justin's online, but if not, would you be able to, or
if you
Dylan?
don't mind, Your Worship, I can respond, yeah. So through you to Councillor Hutchison, you'll often find some significant discrepancies in bids. That's often the case in this field, in the construction field especially. And this type of a project is a very specialized type of project. So we didn't even go through the normal tender process. We specifically hand invited some contractors to come that we felt were pre-qualified to come make their assessment and then submit a bid. But so you will often see some pretty wide variances on bids, especially for specialized stuff like this. It also, initially caught our attention as well. We confirmed with the vendor that their numbers were correct. That we ensured that they did not want to resubmit. They confirmed their numbers in writing were correct. So we moved on to proceed here.
Thanks, Dylan. It's good that it wasn't a typo. I appreciate that. So, okay. Any other questions? Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Like Councillor Hutchinson said, I've been on construction sites many, many times and involved with many, many projects, big schools, distilleries, and all that kind of stuff. And when you get a spread like that, a red flag goes up, usually. So I'm not sure whether you've got a built-in safety valve there, that if this company cannot finish the project, where do we go from there? Because that does happen a lot.
CAO Benz.
If I could maybe just comment on this in terms of the township's due diligence. So part of the recommendation and the vetting of the recommendation, there is a consulting engineer. So the tender has been put to spec. The specs have been put out, as Mr. Flannery mentioned, to a group of pre-qualified contractors. The engineer was involved in the pre-qualification process. The engineer will be involved in key milestones of the project in terms of payments or certification, all of those aspects of project management. So yeah, we do get those flags as well, but at the same time, when there's a real niche focused and it's a municipal project, that variation that Mr. Flannery spoke with is not uncommon. That if there were more bidders, we'd probably see a number in the bottom range, quite a few in the top, and then the rest would be spread out. So long and short, there would be controls that are put in place. It is a variable tender as well, as outlined in the report. So, there's quantities, and all of those elements are part of the quality control piece in the work that Mr. Metris and and Brad Robinson doing our infrastructure and capital project division with consulting, appropriate consultants to make sure that we get what we pay for and we don't run into those kinds of issues where a contractor doesn't have the capacity to fill and we're left on the hook. So,
No,
Thank you for your answer.
thank you very much, Mr. Binns. It brings a lot of clarity to the safeguards I've already put in place. Much appreciated, and thank you for the question, Councillor Schell. Any other questions, Councillor Young?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious as to whether it would appear not that the township requests or requires a sort of insurance up front. That is to say, a bond or money put down to in case the project does go sideways. There's no money that's, as in other instances where they require some sort of monetary guarantee sort of thing or assurance that the project will be completed.
Mr. Binns?
If I could, I think that's part of the overall kind of risk management, and typically when you apply a bond, then you drive your cost up as well and limit your competition. So I mean, this isn't the scope of a project that I think, in our opinion, really warranted a bond. And as I mentioned, there are a number of controls in place. So bond, as you aptly alluded to, is a tool, but I don't think it's a tool that really kind of served a purpose for this specific project.
Thank you very much. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw, through you to Mr. Binns. Any part of that project, it's on the water, and I thought the water was federally owned. So how does the federal government fit into this? Are they not helping support, or is this another download?
Well, I think, and I know Mr. Binns can chime in on this because he will have the back, but the federal government gifted it to the township, but we are responsible for maintaining the maintenance and the safety of the pier. So.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Binns.
So, any other questions at this time? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. May we have a motion, have the draft motion for 11E, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Lavoie, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that DS 2024-144, Curtis Shelswell, Manager, Municipal Law Enforcement, Chief Municipal Law Enforcement Officer, read Draft Administrative Monetary Penalty System, AMPS, bylaw be received and adopted. As staff be directed to create the fee structure as outlined with DS 2024-144 and policy related to the appointment of screening and hearing officers, that staff be directed to bring the draft administrative monetary penalty system, AMPS, and screening and hearing officer bylaw for council's consideration at the first meeting in December, that the requisite bylaws be submitted to council for consideration, and staff be directed to commence implementation of AMPS, including but not limited to creation and necessary documents and procedures, as well as necessary updates to existing bylaws that will be subject to AMPS.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Council members, the floor is open for discussion or comment. Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Mr. Shelswell. Are you out there in the audience?
No, I don't believe Mr. Shelswell is, but Mr. Spagnell can answer any questions.
My question is the list of bylaw titles. Is that a complete list, or are there subtitles under them?
Through Mayor Greenlaw to Councillor Schell. The list that's included within the report are the bylaws that would be applicable to the AMPS process. So those would be the bylaws that would be enforced and considered under the penalty system.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Deputy Mayor Lavoie, and then Councillor Clark. I apologize,
Yeah, thank you very much to Director Spagnell and to Mr. Shelswell. This is really good news. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to see that this is an opportunity to put some of the penalty issues or some of the penalty receipts into the coffers of the township as opposed into the coffers of the province. So it's nice to see something downloaded that's actually on the on the credit side rather than the debit side. So much appreciated, and please continue forthwith with this project.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Flannery, if possible. I know it's not specific your area, but is this the legislation that would potentially allow us to do some sort of automated speed enforcement and ticket through this? Is that a correct understanding, or would another bylaw have to come forward?
Councillor, or Mr. Spagno, please.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you to Councillor Clark. Yes, there would be the ability to take a look at enforcement of speed through this process. There's a process that'll have to go into that because that's all legislated through an upper tier, but there is the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. And maybe if you can just help answer this as well, Mr. Spagno. I think the way we do this is get the AMP in place first. That way, if not, then we've got the cart before the horse, right? So, and the funds would then it'd be a cost center to us. So,
I agree with those comments, Mayor Greenlaw. Yes.
Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Yeah, I think I just want to add, because it does tie in with an earlier presentation that we did receive with regard to the licensing of temporary accommodations or whatever we want to call those, and the ability to charge under the AMP program for operating without a license. So I think in addition to this, it all wraps into what is a fairly significant aspect of the municipality's obligations with regard, and of great interest to the municipality, of control of short-term rentals. So thank you.
Okay, if there's no further comments, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that is carried, Madam Clerk. We are now to item 12, reports of municipal officers. For information only, we have none. Reports of members of council. So if there's any representatives of our partners or agencies that would like to give an update, I'll start with Councillor Bard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, from the Aurelia Public Library, they presented their VOLT report, which was valuing Ontario Libraries Toolkit, and it's putting an economic value on social returns from the library, and just some highlights from it. They valued the social returns to be $21.1 million to the region. And they figured for every hour the library is open, it generates $3,708 of value. And applying maybe more to our township, they figure for every dollar that municipalities contribute to it, it generates $8.06 in social returns on investment. So it's kind of interesting to see. It's quite the report, but to put a dollar value on social programs, and the Aurelia Public Library does great work for the community, not only in Aurelia, but Oro-Medonte and the other surrounding townships. And then I guess on just some statistics, they delivered in 2023, 2,235 programs. They had 28,777 people attend these programs, and they had over 418,000 resources checked out, both digitally and in physical items in just 2023. Which would segue into sort of the importance in the next part is that they're doing their fall fundraiser campaign, which ends on December the 3rd, which is, I think, that double your impact day, or the fundraising day kind of ties into Black Friday sales. And it is a sort of a not a self-directed, but it's a choose your own adventure kind of fundraising campaign. So the different programs at the library. And then I guess the last item from the library is that Tina Chatton is retiring in December after 40 years at the Aurelia Public Library. So quite the figure in Aurelia, and congratulations to her.
No, definitely congratulations. Tina, on your retirement, and you know, it's great to see numbers that reflected the importance and the value the library still brings to the community. So, thank you for that information. Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Through you, first of all, you said words that I love, which is social return. That's amazing. I love when people measure not just the economic return, but the social return as well. So that's really a great news story. SSCA, I had the pleasure of attending a climate action workshop earlier this month, along with a couple of members from staff were there, our Director of Operations and our Director of Environment. And it was a really well-attended workshop represented by the municipalities that support SSEA and key members of their staff. The keynote speaker was the mayor of Huntsville, and she really had a very compelling story around the climate action work plan that they have in Huntsville, where they had declared a climate emergency actually in 2021, and just listening to their story and how they felt, how they were able to build a number of initiatives into their official plan. So that was very interesting to me as a member of council. I think it was very well organized, very well presented, and very well attended, and kudos to the SSCA for hosting that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchinson. Deputy Mayor Lavoie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to report on a couple of items from County Council. One was that there was a motion brought forth to reconsider the structure of County Council. So County Council had originally proposed a governance structure involving a full-time warden and remaining with the 32-member council. That will be reconsidered in the first meeting in January. So those of you who follow county council politics, tune in. That should be an interesting conversation. There's some rather good news. Not often does one get to report such things. However, the county did undertake an initiative whereby they sought to create an insurance pool from amongst the member townships and separated cities. The city of Orillia did join in the insurance pool. The city of Barrie declined to do so. However, what it does mean is that there'll be approximately an initial 10% savings on our insurance per year. For Oro-Medonte, this amounts to almost $950,000. So this is something that will help offset a number of the other circumstances which we face, or financial headwinds that we face, and we'll pay and perhaps offset some of those things on our budget. So I think it's tremendous news. All of the townships seem to be quite, and the city of Orillia are very much on board with it, and the implementation date, the notice, in fact, to the private insurance companies will be going out at the end of March, and the implementation date will be in June. So hopefully we'll see a 1.5 years of savings in the upcoming budget year, and then we'll be on to full savings. There is a commitment to sign on for 5 years, because what typically happens in these insurance pools is the private insurer comes back and picks off the members one by one by offering tremendous premium savings until you sign back on with them, and then they escalate back up to where they used to be. So nonetheless, tremendous news, and everybody's at County Council's quite happy.
Thank you for that update. Any other updates at this time? Seeing none, then announcements. Does anybody have any announcements they'd like to make at this time? Councillor Hutchison.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. Yes, lots going on in the Ward 1 community in the next few weeks. As we have the holiday season coming up, I did want to remind residents that the annual toy drive and food drive that is co-hosted by the fire department at Fire Hall on Line 4 and community volunteers will be taking place the first weekend of December. And on December the 7th, there will be a candlelight stroll in the evening that starts from the old Highlands Clubhouse in Horseshoe Valley. And it's a lovely event where people do dress their homes up for Christmas, and you get a candle, and there's caroling, and there's donations being taken for the animal shelter. So lots going on in Ward 1 to help celebrate and to help support our community over Christmas.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchison. Any other Deputy Mayor Lavoie?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm happy to announce that Harborwood will be hosting their Christmas parade to kick off the Christmas parade traditions. It's this Sunday, December 1st at 6 p.m. sharp. There will be a Oro-Medonte fire truck there and other features as such things as miniature ponies. So please come out. It'll be lots of fun, and the community will look forward to celebrating that day with everyone.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. And I guess on that theme, Warminster's parade will be December the 14th in the afternoon. So details to follow.
No, and I think the Warminster parade, you know, it's only proper that you say it now and again on the 11th of December, because it is as long as the City of Toronto parade. But the pleasure is that nobody has to leave their own house to see it. So, but no, thank you. And then, is there any other at this point? The only thing I would like to let everybody know is the Mayor and Council skate is Friday night this week at the Guthrie Arena. So if anybody wants to come out for a free skate, it starts at 6, and I'm sure a number of council members will be there. Now, Mr. Benz, you had an announcement. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. If anybody has any time left in their schedules with everything going on in the township up to the holidays, Miss Llewellyn had just wondered if she could share a couple of the happenings in community services.
Absolutely. Raj?
Thank you, CAO Binns. So really just the one thing that I wanted to bring to council's attention and to our residents, just a follow up from the Oro Freedom Institute's presentations that they've brought to council on Saturday, December the 7th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the Oro-Medonte Community Center upstairs in the banquet hall. They will be hosting a community engagement session. So the idea around this is for the community to learn about the future plans for the church. The Oro Freedom Institute has they have a great vision for this important historic site, and they want the community's feedback. So it's going to be an interactive session exploring the past and the future of the church. So there's an in-person session on Saturday, December the 7th, like I said, from 1 p.m. If you can't attend the in-person session, there will also be an online webinar providing the same information on Sunday, December the 15th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. And for that session, there is pre-registration required so we can have an idea of how many people will be attending. So we encourage anybody who is interested in the Oro African Church to attend one of these sessions, hear what the plans are for the church, and provide their feedback.
Thank you very much, Ms. Llewellyn, for that information, and we'll hopefully see you there that evening, okay? Any other announcements? Seeing none, we'll go to the consent agenda. Is there anything that anyone would like to have pulled from the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could we have a motion for the consent to receive the consent agenda, please?
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that the staff recommendations with respect to the items listed under consent agenda correspondence be adopted as printed.
All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. We're now on to 16B. May we have a draft motion for 16B, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Young, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that the correspondence from Couchiching OPP Detachment Board request for top 3 strategic priorities from Township of Oro-Medonte and request for approval of terms of reference be received. That the Township of Oro-Medonte's top 3 strategic priorities are as follows, and they are blank for Council's input, and that Council approve the terms of reference correspondence as presented, that the Couchiching OPP Detachment Board be advised of Council's decision under the Director of Corporate Services signature. And I believe that Director Hewitt has put this motion up on the screen so that Council can see what the request is of Council.
Any comments or questions, Councillor Young?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to speak briefly on this. We've had some discussion on this previously, and it's of course one of the problems with all municipalities that we represent, that being Ramira, Severn, Oro-Medonte, and Aurelia, is speeding, and that seems to be a priority of everybody in terms of lowering, I guess, the incidence of speeding. Another one is the coverage that we have. I guess every municipality has in terms of coverage, the patrols that are taking place or not taking place in Oro-Medonte and other things, and that speaks to what we are getting for the amount of money that the OPP are charging us. It is a real concern. It should be a concern of everybody. I'm not going to speak much about it further on that, but I just have some serious concerns about it. And of course, that goes into or somewhat addresses the cost of policing. Again, we're getting our money's worth sort of thing, but I would like to hear from the rest of council what your concerns are, and have I missed something, or I'm sure I have, that what are your concerns? I just want to note them next time we go to a police board meeting.
Mm-hmm. The one thing I want to be clear on this before we fill the blanks, and I guess my concern is this something that needs to be back, or can we defer this for 2 weeks to have feedback within council? Because I think there's a number of things that are of concern. Some are enforcement, but some are more administrative and policy driven. And I want to make sure that we're clear on what they want, that we're not giving them something like, a clear understanding of the base level of service and what that initial fee does. I also think we need to understand a concern for us is the billing model, and how we're not clear if there's a sense of double billing between Burroughs Creek and us. And it's, if Burroughs Creek is paying the significant charges or fees for on-site service, we don't want that confused with our billing model. And that's not at the fault. It's just there seems to be an unclarity of policy. So what I want to make sure is, what are they looking for? And CAO Benz?
Thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I think that's a good suggestion to take it back. There is a notice of motion that identifies a number of things from a policy perspective on the floor for this evening. Perhaps staff, it could be something that staff could report back on. Staff have had discussions with our representatives on the Couchiching Police Services Board, and the board does have a prescriptive mandate under the new legislation. So I think there's been some good suggestions. If we could outline some suggestions and bring that report back to council on the 11th for council's consideration, I think that would be the recommended approach.
No. I truly believe, I don't want us to be viewed as a squeaky wheel, that every time something isn't perfect, we're coming across as being complaining. But I also want to make sure that we're also not overlapping in what a motion coming forward is trying to identify as being duplicated here if it's not necessary. I think we want to cover as much of the concerns as possible. Councillor Young.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I don't think it's squeaky wheel. I think it's systemic. It's the same problem every year. I mean, coverage and again the cost of policing. So I don't think it's a squeaky wheel. And if it is, we certainly need justification for that.
No, I just think as a council, what we want to be focused on is the solution. So, and I think that's where the conversation begins is here's some concerns and help us figure out how we can provide a solution that's sustainable and more beneficial to all. So, Councillor Schell.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I support that thought.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, can we defer this matter, and do you need to read the motion again?
Mr. Mayor, I will have to, the terms of reference will need to be approved tonight or denied, whatever the case might be. And then from there, we can request a deferral for the other portion and report back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can just call the vote? Or do you
no,
want
I
to
will have to
reread
read,
the,
yeah.
with
Okay. Moved by Young, seconded by Schell. Be it resolved that council approve the terms of reference correspondence as presented by the Couchiching OPP Detachment Board, and that the request from the Couchiching OPP Detachment Board re-strategic priorities be deferred until the December 11th, 2024 council meeting pending staff report back.
Thank you. Everyone's heard it. Is there any questions regarding the draft motion? No? Okay, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is approved. We're on to 17 notice of motions. Councillor Hutchison has provided a notice of motion to be considered at the next regular council meeting. Councillor Hutchison, would you like to give a overview of this now or
happily?
Okay.
Happily would like to speak to this. So, and I think it's timely just given the budget discussions we've been having and the discussion that we just had. This is a notice of motion that will come forth on December the 11th. I do want to say thank you to staff in their assistance in helping me cobble together this quite detailed notice of motion. We needed to really, I think, hit this right as far as the fact that I'm asking for a letter of support signed by the mayor to go to some fairly significant officials. In 2025, the ask for our policing has increased 23.38% over last year. And this could potentially mean an impact of 3.1% on our tax rate, our tax levy to our communities. This does not include any increased service by the police. It's to maintain what we have today. This came without warning and to staff and to council. And I'd like to propose that we write this letter under the mayor's signature and add Oro-Medonte's voice with other affected municipalities and the county who are also writing in letters of concern. This again will come forward on December the 11th. I will secure a seconder for this motion before that time, and I encourage any council member to reach out to me directly, or staff, or the community to give feedback on the notice of motion, so that if we need to make a friendly amendment to some of the wording, that can be done before it comes forward to us to vote on the 11th. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hutchinson. Okay, so we will now move to item 18. May we have a motion for the draft bylaws under item 18, Madam Clerk?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that bylaws number 2024-111, 2024-112, 2024-113, 2024-114, 2024-115, and 2024-116 be read a first, second, and third time, passed, being engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any questions on regards to any of these bylaws? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? There are none, and then that is carried.
Mr. Mayor, pardon me, I left out 2024-127, which is the sale of the Hawkstone Fire Hall, which was amended at the onset of the agenda.
Okay.
So if I could include that into your...
Yes, you can.
Into the motion. Thank you.
Okay. So we're now on number 19, closed session item. So we don't, no, I don't believe we don't. Do you want us to vote on it again, or
Only if there was opposition to that bylaw being added, or an opposition to any bylaw. Okay.
no, that's fine.
We're good.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we're now in closed session. So we will a motion to go into close, please.
Moved by Bard, seconded by Lavoie. Be it resolved that we do now go into closed session at 7:15 p.m. to discuss position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations related to the municipality, intermunicipal relationships, provincial facilitator.
Thank you. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. So we'll see everyone in closed. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May we have a motion to rise, please?
Moved by Clark, seconded by Shell. Be it resolved that we do now rise at 7:54 p.m. and report on closed session items 19C, Sean Binns, CAO, George Vadabancourt, Manager, Planning, Special Projects, Reposition Plan, Procedure Criteria, or Instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relationships, provincial facilitator.
All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion for item 19C, please?
Moved by Hutchison, seconded by Young. Be it resolved that the confidential verbal information presented by Sean Binns, CAO, George Vadabancourt, Manager, Planning, Special Projects, Reposition Plan, Procedure Criteria, or Instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, intermunicipal relationships, provincial facilitator be received, and that staff proceed as directed by council.
Thank you. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. May we have a motion to adjourn, please? Or sorry, we may have a motion for the confirmation bylaw.
Moved by Shell, seconded by Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2022-128, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on Wednesday, November 27, 2024, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, being engrossed by the clerk, signed and sealed by the mayor.
All in favor? That is carried. Now may we have a motion to adjourn? Oh, sorry, my apologies. Councillor Shell?
No, thank you, Mayor Greenlaw. I didn't know when to bring this up, but I'd like to make a notice of motion for the next meeting about the makeup of the county council. This is related to Deputy Mayor's report about county council.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, we've had the motion to adjourn.
No, we have not.
May we have it then?
Oh, sorry, yes. Moved by Young, seconded by Bard. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 7:56 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you.